Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? I have had a little bit of a rough day, but I've decided that at least for this first 20 minutes or so of stream, we're going to try to have we're going to focus on good things, okay? This is something that I personally need to do, and I'm just going to inflict it on everyone else, operating under the assumption that you need to do it as well. But anyway, hello, welcome. Halfling Rogue donated $10 before stream started saying, here's an extra boost before the debate. I look forward to watching the VOD of it later. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I updated the thingy. I'm excited. This sounds like a good thing. Let's go. True. What's up, Gayfesh? Hello. Over in the YouTube chat, we've got Christy and Stevie Blender said start sooner. Don't tell me what to do. Brittany, it's Brittany's first time in the chat. Thank you so much for hanging out with us in the live chat. Johanna says music slaps. Hell yeah. I chose some upbeat music today. Gremlin Lord, how we doing? Void Spaghetti Girl. And Finn, hello. And then, of course, on the website chat, the cool chat with the custom emojis. There's so many people in here. Mersh, we got Raccoon Pope, Junebug, Baphomet, Quantum Cactus, hello. Paul Hack is over here. We got Timerinia, Mama Mephistopheles, Nuvanol, hello, hello. And what's up, Sisukara? Jelly Bee, hello. Debates are so stressful live. Yeah, I don't know how this one's gonna go. I like Malcolm, right? But Malcolm also was definitely opposed to me in the last debate. Like, he white knighted for me a little bit, but we definitely disagreed somewhat. I'm not sure. See, the thing is that I don't know if we disagreed on the actual premise of whether there's a transgenocide going on, because Malcolm, much like everybody else on the panel, mostly deviated from the topic and focused on optics. So he hit me up on Twitter and was like, hey, do you want to debate on the transgenocide topic? And I was like, actually, I had been thinking about messaging you and challenging you about the fact that none of you fucking talked about the actual issue. So that's how this came to be. And I'm hoping it's going to go well, right? Like, Malcolm's a bit of a shit poster, but Jesus Christ. I kind of like that about him. That's like what I like about him, is that he's a shit poster. So I'm hoping we get along. Malcolm wanted not to use the word because people's brains shut off, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah, Winter Nightmare, it was something like that. That last debate was decent, but pretty uncomfy sometimes. I didn't know who all of the people were. I should have done a little bit more research myself, or at least asked my friends. I know that Demon Mama was invited. I could have asked her, like, hey, what was it that made you ultimately turn this down? And then I would have gotten the backstory on a couple of those people. I might still have chosen to go along and do the panel, but it would have changed the tone of things if I had known who they were. Yeah, Gayfesh. Like, I can disagree with Malcolm's takes and still like him as a dude. Like, he's a cool dude. I did not see what Power Bottom, I was going to say peanut butter, motherfucker, what Power Bottom Politics posted on Twitter. No worries for the Twitter drama brain, though, Baphomet, because I've been stuck on Casey Miller and, like, comment threads in replies to Casey Miller tweets over the last couple of days. And I'm part of why I want to try to have, like, I want to at least acknowledge some positive things in the first part of stream, because I've been, like, seeking conflict, I think, on Twitter and stuff. Or, like, I keep, like, exposing myself to upsetting shit. And I'm like, why am I doing that? Like, yes, I do want to be aware of what's going on. It is my job to, like, kind of, like, curate the news for my show. But also, I feel like garbage all the time. So I had to load up Twitter just to see what Casey Miller is doing. Yeah, it's so... He's the bald Twitter boy. Yeah. Casey Miller is the one who initially said, I'm not even gonna detransition medically because I would never pass again because I've lost so much hair. And then later revealed that they've been losing hair since before they started testosterone. But now Casey Miller is full blown, like, you shouldn't transition because it's a temporary solution and you're indulging your delusions. And yeah, so unhinged transmask phobia. Okay, what are we looking at here? Oh yeah, I saw this. Oh, I didn't realize that was Power Bottom Politics. I like saw this tweet, but I didn't even look at the at all. Apparently, go Luxander. Good job. If you're transmask but you love your boobs and or your feminine body, or if you consider it masculine to have a pixie cut and make no other attempt to try and pass, then you're not trans and you're not mask. I saw that and was like, I just don't care. I at first I just thought this was some random account, which is why I was like, I don't really give a shit about this. But yeah, no, I didn't realize that. That's really funny. What a fucking moron. I just like Power Bottom Politics was kind of huge asshole to me. So I feel like I have a license to just be mean and like disregard their opinions because they're like a 22-year-old fucking college student. 6,000 quote 6,000 quote retweets, 300 likes. The ratio on this is painful. I don't need to like pile on this. Which name fits better, Christy or Charlize? I don't know. I mean, I know you by Christy, so like that's the thing that comes to mind when I think of you. And I don't talk to you super often, so I don't know if I could say. But yeah, 2 million views and 300 likes. I don't really need to pile on Power Bottom Politics anymore. I don't really take them very seriously. After being on that debate panel with them, like, I hope that Malcolm is able to, like, have a constructive conversation with me tonight, because I'm pretty disappointed in all of the people who were on that panel. And that includes Malcolm. But I'm not trying to talk too much shit, right? The ratio makes me feel a bit better. I saw that take and that shit broke my brain for real. Right, you know, I just... I'm so deep in my gender transition journey at this point. Like, my apathy about what people think and, like, how they think words should or should not apply to my body, like... I just don't give a shit about that anymore. Yeah. Peanut butter, or not peanut butter. God damn it. I keep doing that. I don't know why. Power Bottom Politics. It's just PB in my brain. And then when it comes out, I'm like, I guess I watched too much fucking BoJack Horseman recently. Power Bottom Politics was the one if you were watching the panel, they were like, where am I in space? Where are you in space? They were this one? No. They were this one over here. They were over here. Peanut butter is better than Power Bottom. So true. Fair enough. Yeah. So I actually, something that I don't know if I've mentioned on stream, oh, maybe I have, but like one of the things that I've realized after stream, like after that conversation, was that initially it was like, oh, Luxander might be the only one really strongly defending the yes, there's a genocide happening position. And at the beginning of the panel, PB Politics was like, I will defend you, Luxander, if it turns out to be a dog pile, if it turns out that everybody disagrees with you. And I was like, cool, I'm glad to know that's how it works. And then they ended up being like more aggressive to me than anyone else on the panel. It was great. Yeah, the guy with his phone 5 feet away in vertical mode facing 90 degrees from the camera with like shoddy connection was great. Bro was the dog pile, true. What's up, Morningstar System? Got caught up nerding out with my roommate. Hello again. Yes. You know, sometimes you just, that used to happen with me and my partner sometimes, where like we would just get stuck having a conversation about World of Warcraft for like an hour and a half, even though we hadn't played World of Warcraft for like 7 years. At that point, like I'm hearkening back to a time before when we would catch ourselves in those conversations. Yeah, Flynn, I would say that PB was not just passive-aggressive. They were just actually aggressive. I don't know why they were doing the phone thing. But whatever. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not even going to spend any time dissecting this take. Because I just don't care what they think. I think maybe this is some energy we should take into 2023. Maybe when we cover takes, it should be by people who matter and not 22-year-old morons who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, I enjoy responding to Casey Miller's tweets and getting into arguments with people in the replies thereof. But as far as what we talk about on stream, like, do we really think that we should do that? I mean, I guess we can for funsies. It could be for funsies. But as far as, like, things that are going to actually accomplish anything, I'm going to quote, I'm on my quote retweet. What? Oh, I see. I'm on my do a quote retweet with a picture of pig poop balls and then forget about it and move on. Arc. There needed some punctuation in there, like quotation marks or something. I don't think age means you don't know much, though. I'm 20 and feel like I'm okay at knowing what's going on. Yeah, I know. Like, I struggle with that a little bit because I also felt like I knew what was going on when I was 18, right? But when I was 18 and 20, like, I also could tell that the people who were my age around me were not smart. I had a horrendous realization today. I mean, it's like funny. And it shows how pompous I am. Here's a little example of how pompous I am. Are you ready? I am generally considered to be an intelligent person. When people interact with me, that's the feedback that I get from folks around me, is that I'm intelligent. And I'm like, cool. And I did pretty all right in school and shit. And like, I have decent critical thinking skills. Okay. I do find it frustrating because it's obvious at a certain point that people around you are not smart when you're dealing with folks all the time. Like, Michelle, I think Michelle is how I'm going to read that, with a $10 donut. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I don't think I've seen your name around before, but thank you. Welcome to the website. I appreciate the lurkers. You are good people. I know how it goes. I am a lurker myself. Appreciate that. It is time to pay the bills. It's getting to be that time of the month when bills are coming due. You know how rent is due at the beginning of the month and then a bunch of your bills are due like 2/3 of the way through the month? Oh, shit. I didn't even notice in the YouTube chat a second ago. Michelle Winter also did gifted memberships in the YouTube chat. Thank you so much, Michelle Winter. What up? Did you get those banners okay? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Davey. I did not have the chat pulled up on YouTube for a second there. My bad. Oh yeah, Michelle and Michelle. Okay, donating through 2 different platforms. Michelle is the real OG. The banners from yeah. Sorry. I was just distracted and thinking about something totally else. Yes, the banners are up and they are actually hanging in this room, generally contributing to the excellent vibe. Yeah, Michelle is multitasking for true. So my realization that I had before I got distracted by donations, again, thank you. I realized today that my annoyance at dealing with stupid behavior, like when I'm driving, for example, you know, when people like don't use their turn signal or they turn their signal on at the last minute or like otherwise just make stupid decisions when they're driving. Like you just witness people making stupid decisions, right? I really think that it's going to just get worse from here because with COVID, I'm like mostly avoiding COVID, but other people are getting sick all the time repeatedly, and COVID like does brain damage to you. So this problem is only going to get worse, and it's never going to end because COVID is going to keep happening. It's just going to keep going for the rest of our lives. It's going to continue to do like stacking layers of tissue damage and damaging your telomeres and brain damage like for our entire lives because nowhere that any of us live is taking any action to like mitigate the damage. Yeah, it's the COVID brain that's terrifying to me. To me, it's the fucking brain damage that is super scary. Yeah, between long COVID and microplastics, lead paint were boned. I don't really think I deal with lead paint, but I do have I have a bit of a popcorn ceiling in my apartment, so I can't like put anything on the ceiling like I had planned to do. Can I get a fuck LED headlights? Oh my god, fuck LED headlights. I hate those things. No worries, Dark Canuck, for you being late. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you for being here and hanging out on your birthday. No requirements to stay. I just like people in real life, so COVID was not an issue for me. Fully vaxxed and love my mask. Me too. I mean, I was hoping to start getting politically organized, maybe, and like meeting more local queer people, but I just don't trust people to have that awareness, that disability awareness. I'm pretty sure all Americans are 70% microplastic. It's true. That's why we're having so many fertility issues, apparently. Not to mention the echo chambers people live in online. That just exacerbates COVID brain. I mean, mask for mask. A true. Trans mask. Bro, I gotta just tell people I don't want to shave when I wear a mask in public because otherwise they start shit with you. Really? Wait, do people start shit with you when you wear a mask, Baphomet? Because I still wear a mask consistently, and I did think once recently, one time I was like, I kind of feel like this person that I'm talking to is being weird because I'm wearing a mask, but for the most part, nobody talks to me about it. Tell them you're saving lives. Here's my thing. If anybody ever asks me why I am wearing a mask, I'm going to say I have severe asthma, and if I catch COVID or any of the other bullshit flu fucking RSV shit going around right now, I could just die. So please get away from me. Like, I'm going to just lie. I've unironically had motherfuckers act all smug and condescending to me for wearing one in public. That's shit. I'm also willing to lie and say, like, I take care of my grandma who has cancer, and if I bring home COVID to her, she will die. So, like, I will just be hostile and lie. It's incredible how much people feel hurt by other people doing things that don't hurt them in any way. I know, like, how... It's like, I'm doing something for my body. Leave me alone. I literally have immunocompromised friends. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if people really understand what immune compromised means. Like, I think that once you are in disability activism, you kind of understand what that means. But I don't think most people generally understand. So I would just say, like, yeah, like, I have asthma, or like my grandma, like, if my grandma gets sick, she could just die. Or something like that. All the transes want these days are twerk, be hostile, eat hot chip, and lie. True. True. Oh my gosh. Don't think of it as a fertility problem. Think of it as a fertility opportunity to sell fertility treatments. True. How could I forget that part? It's profitable. I forgot about that part. There was a woman who was getting harassed by some interviewer and told him she had COVID. I didn't hear about that. That's funny. With Otro, saying the more we reduce disease spread, the lower the death rate. It's crazy how much people don't seem to care about just death rate in general. In the sense that it was already normal in China or whatever to wear masks if you're sick. Like, if you're going to go in public, you got to go out, like, while you're ill, you should wear a mask. If you have any kind of cold or flu symptoms, if you must go, wear a mask. Not hard. But in America, this has never been the norm, and we act like it's a huge fucking problem. Anyway, This is what I mean. I'm like, I have such a hard time getting away from the bad stuff in life because there's so much of it. Like, I am trying so hard to be more mindful and recognize, like, oh man, I'm thinking about like a lot of negative stuff, but there's so much negative stuff, like everywhere, all the time. Like, how can you stop having PTSD when there is like a genuine threat to your life that you could experience at the grocery store? You know? Like, how are you supposed to... I don't really know what to do. Is like create small moments of positivity with people, like make friends. I think make friends is the only answer. Spending time with family. I don't know what else to do. I don't even trust my family. I'm like, I didn't go to any Christmas dinners, and like even the family members that I would like to see, I know did go to multiple different Christmas dinners, which are like spreader events. So I'm like, oh, I would really like to see my siblings, but I will wait to see them until 2 weeks after their most recent Christmas event because I don't want to fucking die. You know, like, I'm sorry. It sucks. And this is going to be the entire rest of my life because COVID is never going away. Like, that's just how it is now. Go to the woods and start a commune. I wish that we could get that to work. How many friends can you get in one place before there starts to be like, you know, like romance problems or like friend problems or business problems, like between any of these people? And like business problems, I just mean like any exchange. I volunteer to be the commune's mathematician. True. If I win the lottery, I will make a commune. I'll come to your commune, Gayfesh. If I'm invited, I would come. I'm not to invite myself. I'm just saying if I were invited, I would go. I would visit at least. You know, I'm not saying that I have to live there. You don't have to like accept me fully, like as a villager. But What's Up, Salander says, welcome to the website. COVID, the unsung champion excuse to stay home with your dog instead of going out. I mean, that's true. That was part of my excuse for not going to Christmas, for sure. Like, not that anybody really asked me, but... Ooh, yummy, yummy, yummy. Taya Wacker 03, what's up? Says, I live in a super small conservative town and am now finding out that I have autoimmune issues. So when I wear a mask out in public, I get smarty comments. So I just avoid going out if I can and have my husband grab anything I need that I can wait for him to grab. Does your husband wear a mask and just doesn't get harassed? Or is... I really hate that we live in a world where like the femme in the relationship is wearing a mask and like the man in the relationship is not. Like, it just seems like really fucking irritating. Because if you live together, right, if you're not both wearing masks, then it doesn't matter anyway. I'm going to go ahead and message Malcolm here in a sec and just say, just see if he's ready to do a little bit of a debate time. Let me see. Malcolm. Or the kids are wearing masks and the parents aren't. Oh, wow, I've never seen that. That's fucking annoying. Beaver Game taught us to always try to get more villagers for your commune, more workers to build the dams. I mean, if you can't support it with the food intake, though, it can be a problem, right? I've been playing fucking Beaver Game again recently, though. Look, the commune would be dope. I have this dream to build a home theater that's a one-to-one replica of the Enterprise D bridge from TNG. That would be really cool. I mean, I can't deny it would be great. We could make it like Animal Crossing, but in real life. That's true. The NPCs are so easy to get along with, though. I was told to ping Malcolm on Discord, but he has fucking do not disturb mode on, so... My husband does mask for me, thankfully, because neither of us can afford me being in the hospital right now. Fair enough, you know? I definitely can't afford to be in the hospital right now. So I'm trying to get a hold of Malcolm. While we're waiting, if you're ready for this debate, hit like on the stream. It inevitably results in some people popping in, so let's do it. I'm afraid of cults and communes, not gonna lie. I think those two things can be separate. I think you can have a commune without having a cult. But I do think they both have problems. Not even the same problems necessarily. Oh, we're getting a reply from Malcolm. I'm just gonna like... Oh, by the way, I finally got the pillow and pillow cover that I've been waiting for. Oh shit, yeah, I was gonna turn on this light. Hold on, where is my remote control for my lights? Oh, there it is. Hold up. There we go. We got lights. I'm gonna join this call. Whoop.
Okay, let me see if I'm smart enough to do this.
Hello.
I don't know why my shit does this. It actually drives me fucking crazy. Let's try this.
What's up?
I'm just fucking with my camera because I'm being punished and I don't really understand why.
No worries.
Oh,
I cannot get my regular camera to work through Discord, so I always have to use my webcam.
Well, my issue is that I like this little virtual camera, you know, where like you can play it from Streamlabs, but one, it's flipped, so it looks fucking stupid. And then two, I I don't like if I change my scene, so like if I do it like this, it changes this too. It's just really stupid. I don't know why I can't just mirror my camera.
Yeah, that is pretty annoying.
Like I have to keep it like this, and then I guess I go fuck myself.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I'm on push to talk and you're like, you cannot hear me.
Oh, you're fine. I never use push to talk because my thoughts are the most important and everybody needs to hear them, so.
I mean, that's fair enough. I think the last time I was on a Discord call was on a panel.
That's fair. That's fair. That happens. Oh my god, it's so fucking cold in this room. I'm like freezing to death. Okay.
How are you lately?
I'm busy. I'm starting to like actually nest. I've lived in my house for 2 years and I'm actually starting to nest now. So I've been doing a lot of like home projects and stuff as of late, and it's been taking up a lot of my time.
Yeah, definitely doing those kind of like, I mean, any task around the house, if it's not something that you've been doing every day anyway, like if you're already a flooring installer and you want your kitchen floor replaced, like there's no consistent way to do it in a timely fashion because you're not in the habit.
It's just I don't know. I've just been used to moving like every year for most of my life. So now that I'm like, oh, I can kind of nest, it's like a new thing. So now I want to do everything. I'm like, let me, you know, repaint and remodel my entire fucking kitchen in one day. Why not? Let's just do it.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. I'm like going feral is essentially what's happening. So are you turning on your camera? Is that what you're doing?
I'm trying to. It doesn't seem to want to load in.
Do you have your virtual webcam started? Sometimes I forget to turn that on and then it never loads.
I don't know what that means.
Do you use Streamlabs?
Yeah, well, I use Streamlabs OBS. Like, yeah, Streamlabs OBS, yeah.
If you go to the little gear and you go to your settings, there's one called the virtual webcam, and if you do that, it mirrors it like it's doing with mine. You just have to like install the thing and turn it on, and then you can like put it on your display. That's how I do it most of the time. I like just add it to my display. Like I'll add a window capture of our Discord call so I can see you, but it's just mirroring my camera, what I'm showing. It's like mirroring my screen.
Okay.
If any of that made sense.
I mean, I understood the concept. The execution, I'm not really sure how.
So I
But I'm
do
sure I'll
like
figure it out.
yeah, if I turn it on, so like if you just turn it on and then do mirror webcam in your Streamlabs when you turn on your camera and it gives you that little drop down arrow, there's like the Streamlabs desktop virtual webcam and then it just mirrors like whatever you're streaming.
Okay, interesting. I've gotten it like installed now. I just don't know how to. Oh, I guess do you just go in like Discord then and have that?
Yeah, so if you go to your little widget thing and you go to a virtual webcam, it'll have you to like run it. It says like start or stop it. You start it, and then when you're in Discord, you have that little drop down arrow, and it lets you choose from your webcams. You just choose the virtual webcam.
Oh shit. Okay.
There you go. And then so I pop out my Discord window, so like how it has the little box with the arrow in it, I pop it out into my big screen, and then I just focus you. And then on my Streamlabs, I add a new window capture that is just that Discord call.
Oh,
See if I
that
can
makes
get this
sense.
to
Yeah,
work.
because normally I can't check out.
Not like that. Like,
Normally, like I can't check out the chat or whatever because I'm in the call.
yeah, I don't know if you're able to, but if you click over to like my Twitch or my YouTube, I just add a new window like this, and then I just crop it so it's just you, like this. And then I can just put it like this. I don't know why the fuck this is here. That's I see what I did wrong here. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of this one. There we go. And then so like if I do this window capture, I can just
The
make it.
Inception on my screen right now.
Yeah, see, I just put you on there, and then you can still use my webcam. And this is probably there's probably a way easier way to do this, but this is how I do it. I'm sure there's a significantly easier way to do this, but that's how I do it.
I mean, it works.
If it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. There we go. There you are. Perfect. Cute. Okay.
What if I'm just gonna do this?
No, you're ruining.
Well, that before you weren't on my screen.
Oh my god. There's no.
It only works if I only show my chat my beautiful face.
Yeah, but so like if you go to your Streamlabs and you add a window capture, you just capture our Discord window, and that's what I did. That's what this is. That's what your face is my window capture.
I mean, this is my window capture. Like, I'm capturing the Discord window.
If you want to give me eye cancer, Luxander, you can.
That's what that is. I'm showing you my screen.
Because I just screen record another screen on my normal one, like the one that you're on right now. I add another layer of screen capture, and then I can just put you right there. So it's like you're right here with me.
This is horrendously complicated.
I know there's an easier way to do it. I know there is, but I don't care to learn it. I want to make everything as difficult as humanly possible. So that's what I'm here to do.
I mean, go for it. Absolutely.
All right. Are you ready?
I'm
argue
so
with each
ready.
other?
I'm so ready to argue.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay.
I had a bad
so
day, so I'm so ready to argue.
Oh my god. Yes, let's do it. So I wanted to message you after just because like panels are fun, but I feel like they are hard. It's like hard to stay on one track. It kind of goes all over the place, like in every direction you can possibly fucking imagine. So I figured it would be like I don't want to say productive because that's vacuous, but like it would be more organized to just have like two people. And I assume that I was probably your favorite out of everybody else. So I just kind of, wanted it to be me, I guess.
I mean, yeah, that works. I mean, I think you were the only person who I knew and liked going into that. I found out afterward that a couple of the other people who were on it were like pretty seriously uncool people, like who probably shouldn't have been on it. I was expecting Rose Malay to be like a problem,
The
but
worst?
she was fine. Zonia apparently has written snuff porn about one of my friends. And if I had known that before, I would have been very different toward her during that. And then, yeah, PB Politics was a huge asshole to me and also is a DGGer apparently. So I would have acted a lot different if I had known who those people were.
That's fair. That's fair. Zonia has me blocked on Twitter. I have no idea why, and I don't want to ask. So, yeah, I'm glad that I was
Fair enough.
the fan favorite. That's all that I care about.
It was a crazy time though, that panel.
It's definitely interesting. I was surprised that Will didn't get more like hardline pro. Like, I shouldn't say pro genocide. That doesn't sound very PC. But you know what I mean. Like I was surprised that there weren't there weren't more pro genocide people in there. If you know what I'm saying.
He did not do. I messaged him like so. This is not something I haven't like directly said to him. Like he already knows. He did not do his due diligence in setting up that debate. And he knows that that's how I feel. And I know that he posted a little video like segment before the rest of the debate when he posted it on his channel that was like, there were some mistakes that were made in organizing this and I wish I had done better. So like, I don't hold it personally against him. It was just an oversight that I hope was made in good faith and that he doesn't make the same kind of mistake again later.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely could have been balance better. And like I fucking hate Rose, so I'm fine taking pot shots at people that are quote in my ideological camp. I guess I don't care. But yeah,
Yeah,
so,
I don't like her at all.
She's like, I actually love to hate her. She's like my guilty pleasure. She's just like my favorite locale. You know what I mean? Like, it's good memes. You do what you can, I guess.
Yeah, she's fascinating. I think it's like I kind of had this similar fascination with Riley Grace Rochon, where like I'll go back every once in a while and I'll rewatch the debates from last year. I guess like it's more than a year ago now, and just like because it's just I'm like I don't understand what's wrong with you.
No, I agree. It's like my guilty pleasure. I'm like, how am I gonna like upset myself today? I know I'm gonna watch Rose Malay content. You know, it's just I just enjoy it. You know, it's a little guilty pleasure of mine.
You're getting something out of it. I don't feel like it's I know that I'm seeking out conflict and it's like probably not healthy for me arguing with people in like the comments of Casey Miller's tweets, but I do it anyway.
Yeah, it's like emotional self-harm, and that's what I'm here
It
for.
is. It's internet self-harm.
Yeah, it's digital self-harm, and I'm here for it, definitely. Definitely here for it. Oh, okay, so what is your beef?
Give me
your beef.
So my beef is that when we did this panel, the premise was supposed to be what is happening actually. Like, is there a genocide happening or no? Does that word apply? And I feel like I was the only person who stayed on topic and who managed to be like making points actually relevant to that question. And everybody else on the panel, and I think you were part of this as well, was more focused on the optics of like whether or not that word is rhetorically effective. Whereas like, I do think that that's a conversation we could have had later in the panel, but that was like, I feel that we got derailed by that pretty early on. And then that ended up being like the focus that everybody kept drawing back to. I would be like, if you guys have a problem with like, we haven't demonstrated intent well enough, then I want you all to explain to me what intent means to you. Like, do we need to catch somebody on a hot mic, or can we look at like decades of their voting policies, you know, and stuff like that? So like it just kept getting away from those kind of material, like, is it actually happening or not kind of points. And so I would be interested in having a discussion with you on your thoughts about that in particular.
Yeah, sure. Because I kind of agree. It's so fucking cold in my basement. I'm like chittering, so I'm like, I swear to God, I'm not like strung out. I'm just like really cold.
No worries.
I'm looking at the DM from Will, and it like when I'm reading this, the only one that is like, is there a genocide? Is like the first one, and then from that, I feel like that snowballed into like, is this word effective? Like that, I feel like it was a little bit. Of
I don't really feel like we established that first premise. Like I feel like,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like a lot of Will's questions. Because Will agrees with my position, I think a lot of his questions before the editing process were pretty biased toward the opinion that, like, yes, a trans genocide is happening. So I think that, like, we definitely didn't spend... I don't even know that we spent any time, really. Like, a couple of times, I think you at one point said, like, if we were to agree that trans genocide were happening, then maybe we could agree that you are being appropriately alarmist or whatever, but like we never established whether or not we agreed that that's what's happening.
Yeah, it was kind of assumed like what everybody was thinking. Um, yeah, I'm cool to talk about that. I think the thing for me, I guess if I'm thinking about is there an ongoing genocide of trans people in the United States? Depending, so like if we're thinking about the UN definition of like I think it's like what 6 criteria. I think that in certain states you can make arguments that like yes this is happening, but I don't think that you can say that for the U.S. as a whole. And even if we look at the 10 stages of genocide, I think there are some that we check off for sure, but I don't think that we check off all of them. And I guess that kind of comes down to like a semantic: how many boxes do you think that we need to check in order to like meet that threshold? Like, do we need 6? Do we need 7? Do we need 8? Like, how many of these like do we need to count? And I understand the idea that like it's not like we wake up tomorrow and boom, we're in camps. Like it's kind of like this slow burn that kind of eventually leads to the 10th stage, right, where we're starting to be eliminated. Like it's not just we wake up and then we're there. It obviously power creeps to that kind of level. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is like the way that we would quantify it is going to depend on a lot of different things, including like what state we're talking about. Because if we're talking about like California or like Washington, I would say absolutely not. But if we're talking about a state like, like Florida or Alabama or Tennessee, like, yeah, I think that you could definitely make that argument. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I kind of see what you mean. I don't know that I think that there's a lot of value in making those kind of like regional distinctions when like we are a single nation and like the process to get a passport is more or less the same everywhere now. Like if you were to look at another country, like granted Germany is much smaller, but I don't think it makes a lot of sense to say like, oh yeah, in this city it's starting to get bad for trans people and people have to consistently flee from that city. But Berlin is really great right now, which was the case during the Weimar Republic. Like it was a pretty good place for trans people to be until suddenly it was not. And like the Hirschfeld Institute got all ransacked and stuff.
Well, we could use it in the same sense of like the idea that the European Union is like similar to the US in the way where like you have free movement between countries that are like part of the European Union. So like I would say, for example, that oh geez, I'm getting
I'm fixing it.
death.
I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. Hold on. I'm trying to fix it.
Never mind. That's fine. I would say that like because the European Union functions similar to the United States, it would be like saying, well, in Germany, they're kind of amping up this Holocaust, or like we're saying that the Holocaust or the genocide is happening in Germany, but these kinds of policies aren't being enacted in like Poland or in like, Belgium or the Netherlands. Like that would be comparable to me, because I think that you could say that there is like a genocide of this group of people, but I think that the relevance to me is like where it's occurring, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the relevance of where it's occurring. I just think that it's enough of a problem to say that like there is like I think that there's a United States problem, even if there are individual sanctuary states within the United States. Like the United States within our own country is experiencing like refugees, like families starting GoFundMes so that they can flee like Texas so that their kids don't get taken away by the state. And like California is providing that place for them to go, which is good in one sense, but it's also like, I think undeniably a bad thing that it's happening, that we're having to establish safe footholds in liberal progressive areas, and that's not necessarily going to stop federal laws from passing, like that could potentially hurt trans people. There is a proposed national Don't Say Gay bill, which is not just a Don't Say Gay bill in the sense of the schools, but it's also in the sense of, we're going to attempt to eliminate public funding for any place that receives state funds and contributes to trans affirmative health care for children. So like any hospital that has ever dispensed puberty blockers to a kid, like if one single doctor in the whole hospital has done it, then they could have their funding revoked, which means that there is no such thing as a state funded hospital that covers trans healthcare anymore. And yes, I hear you saying they're trying to pass it, but they probably won't. And I just have to point to Roe v. Wade and the fact that people consistently thought that they were not going to be able to eliminate abortion rights. And they just tried at it consistently for 50 years until they succeeded. So I don't really feel confident in our institutions protecting us from that.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, again, like my kind of hang up on the idea of if it's passing or not is like the idea that you could say that, starting in, what was it? It was like 1921, like they wanted to establish like Nazi Germany, right? But I would not say that Nazi Germany started until what, 33, when Hitler was elected. I wouldn't consider Nazi Germany to be Nazi Germany until they were in power, until these kinds of things started to become enacted. Like we have the gift of hindsight, which is unfortunate when we look at these kinds of things, of course. But I wouldn't consider like 1920s Nazi Germany. I don't think that would be considered Nazi Germany. I think that it has to be instated for it to be considered like categorically part of that problem. In the way if we're talking about these kind of bills, right, that are passing, yes, I completely agree that the fact that these are on the docket is fucking terrifying. And the fact that there are people that actually support it and there are places where it's actually passing, this is a big fucking deal. But I wouldn't say that because this is like, sitting on a desk somewhere in, upper bureaucracy, that this is indicative that we are in a genocide. I would say that we're getting there definitely in, again, regionally relevant, right? So like in somewhere like Florida or Texas, I would say like that's a lot closer to that bar, whatever that bar looks like for you. But I would say like, again, in places like California where sure, maybe one, nut job is like, I think that we should make it illegal to be trans, and they have that piece of paper sitting on somebody's desk. That's scary that somebody brought that up, but is that going to manifest in reality in California? Absolutely not. Unless, I don't know, everybody from Texas gets up and moves to California and literally pushes all the Democrats into the sea. I don't think that that's going to be like an issue for California. I think the prospect of something like becoming something, I think that process is important in how I would classify something as genocide.
Okay, so hold on. Sorry. I had the wrong thing highlighted and my push to talk button was doing weird things. So you're saying you think that because there are safe places within the U.S. that we would not yet, like, because that there isn't like a nationwide, the equivalent, the modern equivalent of the Nazi regime, whatever they would call themselves now, like they haven't actually taken power, which indicates that we may not be at a place where you could call it genocide yet. Is that, I'm trying to feel out your, like, I'm trying to steel man what you've said so I understand it.
Yeah, in a way, like the thing that is going to be the crux of this for me, like if we want to go back and forth on it, is if, depending on what we're going by, if we're going by the 10 stages of genocide, or if we're going by like the 6 articles proposed by the UN, or the 5 articles proposed by the UN, I want to know how many need to be met. And so, like, in your opinion, like, obviously some are going to weigh more than the others. Obviously, like, if we're like literally like exterminating people, I don't think the rest of them fucking matter, right? It's going to depend on like how we're categorizing this. And I would say that regionally, we can say that like in certain areas, these kinds of things are happening in the same way that I would say that like there was definitely a genocide of the Jews in, the greater like Nazi territory during World War II. But I wouldn't say that there was like a genocide of Jews in like India or like in America, because it just wasn't happening in those places. Even if we look at countries that were a part of the European Union that weren't being occupied by Nazi forces, I wouldn't say that those people were being genocided. I would say that it would be like regionally specific, because it was under like Nazi territory that these people were being essentially harvested and exterminated. So wherever you want to go with that. That was kind of rambly. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So is it a matter of scope? Like, so if we were to instead of looking at the United States as a whole, if we looked at like an individual state like fucking Pennsylvania. I'm going to go with Pennsylvania because I know that Pennsylvania is a purple state. Like there are places in Pennsylvania that are blue and there are places there that are red. So like if the blue parts of Pennsylvania, since it's closer to the size of Germany than the entirety of the United States, like if only certain counties in Pennsylvania were enacting the kinds of laws that you and I might agree are like on a genocidal trajectory, would you be making the same kinds of distinctions with the regional specificity there? Or is it because Germany is far enough away from France that we can look at them as like more myopically distinct from one another?
No, I'm thinking the comparison is is more so related to like states, because if I'm thinking about like Nazi Germany, it would be similar to like how America functions with the European Union, where you could say that like before Germany expanded westward. So like what was the last country that they invaded? It was like no, one of the first ones was Yugoslavia. Um, Germany invaded. It wasn't there. The last one that they invaded was like let's just say the Netherlands. That was like in the 1940s, or even France. Those were towards the end, right? Like I would say that like in the beginning of Nazi Germany, if they were starting to like exterminate people in like Poland and Yugoslavia, like those were the first places that they started. I would say that there would be like genocides happening in those areas, but it wouldn't be regionally specific to places that had not yet been occupied. Like I think that you can say yes, there is a Jewicide, a Jewicide, excuse me, a genocide. A genocide of the Jewish people, right? But I would say that it would be specific to like the territories where that would be happening. So I see what you're saying with the counties, but I think it's more comparable with like the state situation, because I could say like, oh my God, like here I am in Nazi Germany, you know, and they're kidnapping my people and killing them. I'm just gonna like go to France and I'm gonna hide out here. In the same way that in America, as of now, we have the option to say like I'm in Pennsylvania and I live
Because
in
of the
this
freedom
state.
of travel over
Yeah,
borders.
exactly.
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay. So, yeah, would you like okay, do you think that it would be incorrect to say if the Nazis are only killing people in certain places, like they've only gassed people within the country of Poland so far, would you think that it would be incorrect to say that the Nazi regime is genocidal?
No, I think that that would be correct to say that like that's their goal, right?
Okay, so if we're looking at the United States, do we think that it would be fair to say that representatives on the federal level might constitute a similar level of like, we could say that the Republican regime is genocidal because they seem to be using trans people as the thing that's so spooky to me about this, and like it's like fascism and genocide go together in this kind of weird way, as far as like I'm just kind of realizing this quite recently, as far as I can see it, that it's not just that they want to eradicate this group, it's that they're using rhetoric about this group or several groups to subvert democracy and take fascist power. Like the thing
Yeah,
that's
the
been happening,
anti-democratic aspect is like
yeah,
is a pretty big significant component. Yeah.
like in Texas and Florida, I think they tried to pass the laws to make it child abuse definitionally or whatever to
Yeah.
provide trans care, and then they just did it executively, like in a way that kind of subverted the typical Republican democratic process. And
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, so would you like what would you say we should do about the fact that there are certain places that are really deeply unsafe and that they seem to be proliferating? Like I live in Kansas and I expect usually that it's not going to be too dramatic here, but they are trying to pass a law to make it illegal up to the age of 21, or like until you turn 22 you can't start hormones, I think is how it works, or maybe until you turn 21, whatever. Maybe they're going to try to make it the same as the cigarettes nicotine age now. But like I would not have expected that to happen here, and it's still happening here. And like, should we be, when people say mutual aid, because you all brought that up a bit during the panel, like when we say mutual aid, do we mean it's still safe in California, so let's focus on trying to move more people into California, a place that's really expensive to live? Like, what are we gonna do?
Well, if we're thinking about like mutual aid in the aspect that we were talking about a little bit, is there are ways to like get people access to medical interventions that are like the quote unquote official channels, right? So making sure that those resources are available to people, or like easy to access, or like doing, you know, essentially like an under the table homie hookup if you have to, or if we're able to like crowdfund to move people to like, because California is a great state, right? But there are other states that are also like historically always going to be blue, you know, assuming that we don't have like the Republican apocalypse or whatever the fuck. But like Vermont, not Pennsylvania, it's like Vermont, Washington, Oregon, California. It's not Pennsylvania. There's another, I think it's Vermont, that has been is like the bluest state in this country, and it's not expensive to live there. Like it doesn't have to be like,
Massachusetts, maybe?
okay, that might be the one that I'm thinking of. I can't remember what it is. There's one that's like blue as fuck, and I can't think of which state it is right now. But like it doesn't have to be everybody lives in their cute little like anarcho-syndicalist co-op in the Bay Area, right? Like there are places that we can like help people relocate to that still have access to these kinds of things and that are blue leaning. I think that that's like part of it. So if we say that this happens, right? Like say that this does happen in Texas. I don't live in Texas. There's not like a whole lot that I can do to kind of circumvent that, like all the way where I am away from Texas, unless we're talking about like scaling the federal ladder. And you know, maybe the revolution will come in our lifetime. Who knows? But in lieu of all of that, I think the mutual aid that I'm thinking of is kind of making sure that people have access, continued access to these resources through whatever means we need to provide them. And then also maybe crowdfunding or like finding ways to facilitate safe travel to places that aren't, you know, like a fucking 4-bedroom house in the San Francisco Bay co-op with, you know, socks, moss, and bean. You know, like these kinds of things are they're doable in a sense where we need to work. I think that there's a multifaceted approach, and I'm kind of rambling, I know. I think that there's like the direct mutual aid where it's like, okay, this is your reality now. How can I help you right now? Like, what can I give you so that you can survive this second? And then there's other things that we can do that are like long-term goals, like how do we kind of circumvent this kind of legislation in this area? How do we make sure that these policies don't continue to snowball in other states? We can kind of take a two-pronged approach, but I think the direct action of like, you are in Texas right now, me, you know, like lighting the first firework that starts the revolution doesn't mean shit to you right now. Right now, I need to make sure that you have access to these kinds of resources, and I'm going to try and help you the best way that you can, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. And like that's something that I found really frustrating during the broader conversation that we had a week or two ago was like I don't disagree with the idea that we should have a plethora of approaches. Like I've always thought that like when you're doing activism, sometimes you need people to be kind of rude and like other times you need people to be really chill. Like it's good cop, bad cop. You got to do that a little bit sometimes. And I brought up this concept of like the underground railroad, like the trans underground railroad. Like I would like to be helping facilitate people get out. And part of that to me is like, I could be established in another place and helping people locally, like somewhere along that pipeline. Like I've got a bunch of friends in Washington who kind of are kind of willing to do that sort of same thing for people. Like we'll help you get sort of established up here. And then that means you're closer to Canada and you're closer to like a province that has pretty good healthcare for trans people. And it's more accessible healthcare because their fucking healthcare system isn't completely screwed up by the private insurance.
Unless you want phalloplasty, then you're fucked.
Well, yeah. So that's the thing. I would.
Yes.
I'm still gonna go to Crane for fallow. Like, I mean, that's the one thing. I'm gonna have to come back to America for that at least.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I don't like. I was a little bit frustrated that it seemed like, you know, Zonia in particular was saying like, oh, we need to have a diversity of tactics, but she was negating the idea that helping get people to safer places could be part of that tactic. And she kept saying mutual aid, mutual aid. I'm like, okay, you're aiding them in what regard? It seems like you're agreeing with me that like you could be aiding them to live somewhere safer.
It was such a 5-head take where it's like there's a difference between like, okay, things are getting really bad in my state. I'm going to put together all of my assets. I'm going to sell my couch and my car, and then I'm going to pack everything up in a cute little box, and I'm going to move to the Bay Area in my little co-op. Or like somebody has a fucking gun in your face and it's like, I'm going to kill you. And you're like, I have to leave right now. Like these are two completely different situations. And she was like, it's a privilege to leave. And I'm like, is it really a privilege to be like running away while somebody's like behind you with a pitchfork? I don't think so. I don't think that that's kind of the situation that you were envisioning, at least from my perspective. But I would agree that it is a privilege to be like, oh my God, like let me get out my fucking Wells Fargo spreadsheet and make sure that I can afford my move or whatever. Like that's an example of that for sure. But diversity of tactics involves also like more radical action, which of course I agree with. But that's not something that I focus on. I prefer to do the good cop in the good cop, bad cop scenario. That's more my preference. But again, diversity in tactics, it's all important across the board. I just have different preferences than you, and that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like out there blowing shit up or anything. Like it could be argued that what I do is also a kind of soft persuasion. I just happen to communicate differently. Like I think that it's probably, I don't know that there's ever been a time in our history of humanity that a genocide has been happening and people have noticed it and called it that and been aware and gotten out on the basis that they recognize that a genocide was happening. Like this might be an unprecedented moment. If I am correct, which I don't want to be, like it just seems like things could get dramatically worse in unexpected ways. And, we're not going to know how bad it is. Here's the thing. I have a question for you. We also didn't on the panel at any point address the stochastic terrorism aspect. And so my question is like, even if it's safe in like, for example, Minnesota is a sanctuary state. They've established themselves. That's like relatively close to me. I could move there. I know a lot of people there actually. What happens if there's like Proud Boys still showing up at like drag queen story hours in fucking Minnesota? Like, what do we do about the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene is telling her constituents that they need to use their Second Amendment rights to protect their kids from the trans groomer agenda? Like, that's an aspect that I don't feel we have focused enough of our attention on. And that's something we cover a lot on my stream. I don't know if you cover those kind of like Proud Boys show up at library events, but it happens a lot, and they're very pointedly using violence and intimidation, and they're also very clearly like getting help from the police.
Yeah, I think that so like if I'm understanding you correctly, kind of like the organization stage of like the 10 stages of genocide, like the idea of like special like units or whatever, or like militia groups that kind of carry out the wills of like the government.
Yeah, like the unofficial, unlicensed, they're not military, they're like paramilitary.
They're brown shirts, essentially, yeah. I think that like you can say that this is an aspect of it. I think that So are you asking like, is this occurring, or are you asking like, what is this, like, what would I say in response to that happening?
Well,
just
like
so I understand
in the sense that it fits into if you're looking at Nazi Germany in particular, and the way that like genocides are not just enacted by policy. So like we can recognize that there are places in our country where there is policy aimed at reducing the number of trans people, and where there's like that sentiment bureaucratically. And we can also if we also recognize that there are paramilitary groups that are being wink, wink, nudge, nudge hinted by politicians and are getting away with doing all of the, it's like against the law to restrict someone's right to free speech and assembly, and they're breaking the law by disrupting our right to free speech and assembly at these places, but they're just being allowed to by the police, and like the police are part of the government also. So when you have paramilitary groups and the police are complicit in that, and we know that Minnesota even isn't a good place as far as police go, because that's where George Floyd died. Like, I don't know, like, do you think that at some point it is useful to try to draw attention to how like fucked up shit is, and like use strong language?
I'm not saying like, oh my God, everybody like put on your little pussy hat and just march around and say, oh my God, I'm so sorry, excuse me, but do you have a second to hear about my struggles as a trans person? Of course. I think that if we're talking about the organization aspect specifically, like, first of all, I don't believe that the 10 stages of genocide have to happen chronologically.
No, yeah, for sure.
I think
agree.
that they can happen in any stage, obviously. And so I think that there are some that we check off. I think that organization is definitely one of those that can be checked off. And I don't think that I agree that is happening, like the organization aspect, because the Proud Boys and like, 3%ers, all of these militia dipshits have like branches. I don't even know what the fuck they're called. Like, I guess like code, whatever the fuck. They have them everywhere. And so
chapters? What would you call that?
Yeah, like a chapter, I guess, the chapter of the Proud Boys. I don't know. They kind of exist all over the place, right? And we see this happening everywhere, like including blue states, including, like in California and Washington and Oregon, all of our little social or little democratic utopias or whatever the fuck. We definitely see this happening. So I would consider that definitely to be a box that is pinged. But again, I come back to the question of like, how many boxes do we need to check? And are there certain boxes that are required to be checked? So like I think, like, again, I don't think that we need all the other boxes. If the state is literally like, into the chamber you go, like the other boxes are completely fucking irrelevant. We're already there. So that would be my contention with that. But solution wise, I think I agree that like these are things that are happening, and we need to be like outwardly like, dude, this is like super fucked up that we had, the former sitting president of the United States literally telling the Proud Boys, stand back and stand by, like stand down and stand by, right? And that these are people that like well-known, like prolific politicians are in cahoots with. And the fact that like during the Black Lives Matter protests that there were police officers who were literally like, well, we can't patrol this whole fucking zone ourselves. Let's get these two fucking 12-year-old high school boys in fucking Kevlar vests to walk around with AR-15s for us instead. obviously this is an issue. I completely agree. And I think that the solution, honestly, is for us to literally just own guns and go ourselves. Armed, they don't want to fuck around and find out. They never do. If they see somebody else with a gun, they don't know what to do. They're used to everybody being soy boy, blue haired, screeching liberals who are like, oh my God, pronouns, you misgendered me. They have no idea what to do when you show up in a fucking Kevlar vest with an AR-10 that is more kitted than theirs is. They have no fucking idea what to do. That would be my solution to that, personally.
I don't disagree. Guns and Kevlar are expensive, and that's the one thing. And like, also, I think a lot of trans people have a spook about owning guns because a lot of us have spent a good chunk of our lives wanting to die. But I'm like, okay, well then you just got to get a gun that's big enough that you cannot reasonably shoot yourself with it. You know, like if you got to get your toe involved, then you know it's too much effort. Yeah.
By the time that you get it in position, you're gonna be like, wait, this is
never mind. Am I really gonna be the fucker who shot themselves with their toe? Like, is that really what my legacy is gonna be?
There will be like a whole lore, like the Courtney Love kind of thing. It's like, how did it even happen? Like, what are the logistics? It'll be like
you had to set up like a Rube Goldberg machine.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not even worth it at that point. You're like, this is way too much fucking effort. I'm just gonna walk away from this situation.
Have you seen BoJack Horseman?
No, I actually hate cartoons.
Oh, okay.
It's my toxic trait.
Interesting. All right. I guess I'm not going to be able to really push you on that. I'm like, listen to it like a podcast then. There's no solution.
Okay. Well, I'll have to write that down and give it a go. But that's a big reason why I'm against gun control. Gun control makes person-to-person transfer ridiculously expensive because within that mutual aid little category of support, something that you can help your trans siblings do is own firearms. But in states with really strict gun control, person-to-person transfer is a Class C felony, and it's fucking ridiculous to have firearms relicensed. It's a ridiculous fee. There's a waiting period. It just fucks up for people who are poor and vulnerable and needs help. So I'm going to soapbox about gun control for a moment. But
yeah, aren't those laws even more restrictive in places like California?
California is fucked. Me and my wife want to move to California, but I would rather perish in a fire just because their gun control laws are fucking insane. Like, you can't even buy like a bump stock. You can't buy mags that have like more than 30 rounds in them. It's fucking crazy. They're really strict about guns. However you feel about it. But if there's, if the Civil War is coming, we got to do something right.
I mean, it's hard to see it going any other way at this time. Like, I'm thinking about the Club Q shooting, and I'm like, would it have made a difference if there were armed guards outside, or if they were posted just inside the doors? Like, are people gonna see that and stand down, or are they gonna see that and see like a threat, like Cold War style? We're just gonna keep like arming ourselves more and more until like it does become like a major shootout or some shit like that.
In my experience, guns are like 9 times out of 10, unless somebody around you is fucking insane, is an instant situation diffuser. Instant. Somebody's running their mouth, they're running up to you, they're trying to get out of their car. If you put your hand down like this, they're like, whoa, 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 I'm backing up. They don't want anything to do with it. It takes like one posture and they're completely fucking done. They just have to see it. 9 times out of 10, every once in a while you get somebody who is like, I fear no man except for God, and is just like completely fucking unhinged. But 9 times out of 10, as soon as you brandish, everybody's like, I don't want this. I made a mistake. I made a critical error.
I made an error.
Yeah.
I mean, that's good to know for sure. I always have that back of my mind. I would love to. It's like escalation. If I reach as though I'm reaching for a weapon, that's technically escalating the situation, and I could potentially see someone trying to be like, "Oh, really? You're gonna do a thing?" And because I'm small, I don't know. This is like that trans mask problem where you're short and skinny.
I mean, when I was in college, I got my shit absolutely fucking rocked in a men's bathroom at a bar. I had just come out. It was really fucked up. I just started open carrying, and nobody ever bothered me in the bathroom ever again because nobody wants to fuck with it. Like I said, you get crazies here and then that are, they have no fear, or they're on something and they don't care. But 9 times out of 10, people are going to be like, okay, I don't want to deal with that.
And then you just aim for the legs.
Legs are big, and there's some good arteries in there too. So
yeah, got to be careful. Careful with that.
Be mindful.
I'm glad having a one-on-one conversation is like a lot more, okay, we can at least address what we each are saying individually instead of 5 people making slightly different points.
I mean, whenever I go on a panel, I never have the opinion that we're going to have a productive conversation. I come in and I'm like, how can I be the most dramatic and how can I make everything about me? That's kind of my opinion whenever I do panels.
We're here to have fun.
Yeah, we're here for a good time, not for a long time. Like I'm here to just stir shit and piss people off, and then we can reel it back in later. You can always take away, why not add more?
I am curious what your thoughts are. Like I am realizing that my faith in like being able to use the existing state structure to accomplish any goals is like rapidly diminishing on account of they can just decide to ignore the democratic process, like, and do whatever the fuck they want to do and gerrymander things. Like my state just recently drew new district lines that were challenged on the basis of them being heavily gerrymandered, and the state Supreme Court said, nope, fuck you, and they only get written every 10 years. So for the next 10 years, we're gonna have super gerrymandered state. And even though Kansas voted to save abortion rights, like by a 2/3 majority or some shit like that in the popular vote, like we still somehow end up turning into a red state. Weird how that works. Like, oh my God, I kind of lost track of where I was going with that. Do you personally feel like there is still much hope of accomplishing anything through voting and contacting representatives and protesting? Like if they're making protest effectively illegal by saying like it's now legal to run people over with your car if they're protesting. Like there have been laws like that in a couple of different places. Like, do you still have faith in the system?
As far as I think that there is that people that can be at least tangibly helped by it in some way, like I think that for the most part, like democratic action essentially at this point is just harm reduction. And of course, as somebody who like gives a fuck about other people, I want to continue to employ that. So like if the opportunity arises to vote in a particular way or like, protest a certain policy or anything like that, it does have tangible benefits for like certain individuals in that place, right? Like the Dakota pipeline getting canceled or even Derek Chauvin just getting arrested. I feel like if there weren't that there wasn't like that kind of like public outcry, he probably wouldn't have been arrested. I'm sure there's more examples that I can think of off the top of my head. But like, I think that as long as there is like tangible benefit in the little action that does come out of the democratic process, I think that it's important that we do it. Like, even just something as like innocuous as voting for Joe Biden. Like, yeah, Joe Biden is not like my number one pick. Absolutely, for sure. But that will like create I'm in a blue state. It doesn't really fucking matter anyway. I'm good for now. But for people who are not and people that need like these kind of benefits, I think that it's important to at least do what I can to make sure that they're not totally fucked. Even if that's participating in a electoral process that I don't even necessarily believe in, right? Because there are people that would like die if they just completely axe like multi-payer healthcare, right? If they just completely axe it. But voting for a Democrat can like allow somebody to still have that healthcare, even if I think that, it's stupid.
Multi-payer healthcare just being like the private healthcare, like insurance system.
I'm trying to remember. It's been
I know it's single payer is supposed to be like when your taxes just do it, right?
Single payer is private insurance. Multi-payer is like when taxes pay into like a collective healthcare.
Oh, okay. I had it backwards in my head. Okay, that was my bad.
Yeah, I just think that like I agree that we're kind of like we're just running the rat race at this point. But like if the rat race has tangible benefits for people that aren't me, it's like I might as well throw my fucking rat in the ring for right now. I mean, I don't really lose anything by doing it, honestly.
That's more or less how I feel. Like, I don't really have any faith that my vote is going to make any difference. Like, and I don't really think that emailing my senator is going to make any difference, but I'm going to fucking email her anyway. The very day that I learned that there was a pre-filing in my state for a state level like a Senate bill restricting the rights for trans kids, I'm like, all right, I'm going to spend an hour, write this bitch 10 paragraphs. I don't think it's going to do anything, but as long as the system is in place, like we might as well be using it for what little good it can do. And then, yeah, otherwise, like, I guess like my thing is I'm just trying to educate people or at least galvanize people who already mostly agree with me. I don't really know how much convincing I'm doing. Do you ever get that where you're like, I'm trans and normies don't really give a shit about what my opinion is? Or do you pass well enough that like you get the normies to listen to you?
Yeah, I think it's a big clusterfuck. Because it's like, as much as it sucks, a lot of it is an optics game, and I think it's an incredibly tight little tightrope to walk. Where it's like, I want to be descriptive with my language, I want to be appropriately alarmist to the people who need to hear it, but I also want to couch my language enough that I'm able to like have people empathize with me and like my positions without thinking that I'm insane. It's like a constant battle of which hill do I want to die on today, and I think that it's just hard to have these conversations because I think that for me, when I talk on the internet or whatever, I I hide my power level 100%. I never talk about politics. I don't talk about it. I talk about trans stuff only. I do not talk about politics. And if I do talk about politics, it's in a very well, rate your representatives and make sure that you kiss your picture of AOC goodnight every night before you go to bed. I hide my power level like nobody's fucking business on the internet because I don't want to get into it. But if we're talking like you and I are talking, we're gonna have a different conversation than if we're like on a panel and there's like six people that disagree with like me on my position. I'm gonna couch my language significantly differently. Or if I'm talking to like a trans friend about the trans genocide, like we're doing right now, I can be like a little bit more lenient in kind of the way that I'm talking about it or saying, yeah, I think that we're a little closer to this than I think, or maybe in some instances I would use the word genocide. But if I'm talking to a cis person or like an audience of predominantly cis people, I'm going to be like, well, guys, like maybe, I don't know. I think that we play a lot of like word games because a lot of our success legislatively and optically as trans people is contingent on the way that we present ourselves, and that fucking sucks, and I hate it. I wish that we didn't have to behave that way, but I think that it's important for us to be able to be effective in different ways, kind of like the multifaceted approach. There's like more than one way to fix a problem, where it is important that there are people that are out there that are being alarmist with their rhetoric, people that are the crazy blue-haired SJWs that are fucking screaming about trans genocide in the street. Good for them. The people that show up to protest armed, like to counter protest. Good for them. The people that are like, at their local bar, like trying to convince grandpa in the MAGA hat that like trans people aren't actually child molesters. Like, good for that. There's so many different ways that we target this kind of activism, and I don't think there's really any way that's like necessarily wrong, quote unquote. Like, I can think of things that I don't like, but I think all of it is important in cohesively making a way for us to be not killed, essentially. So like the optics game, it always comes down to that for me, where it's like who I'm talking to, what message I'm trying to convey, and then what I'm trying to get out of the conversation. I'm going to talk about it differently. But political wise, whenever I'm talking to anybody, I'm like, yes, I think that you just need to write on your paper who you like the best and send it to the government and smile. And it'll be fine.
Yeah, I can agree with basically all of that. Yeah, for sure. Did you ever see when Buck Angel was on Jubilee, that like hour long like trans guy talks to cis guys?
Yeah, I don't know if I watched all of it. I probably like 40 minutes into those videos, I'm like, all right, I can't participate
I know.
anymore,
You get like a little bit too much. Like it's a little overwhelming. Or it's like either boring and repetitive, or you're like, this is cringe.
Yeah. It's like, well, we've heard this one before. What's next? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't even fault him necessarily for the way that he talks to cis people, because if he says like, I am a woman, or like I was a woman and now I am a man, like even if we wouldn't use that kind of phraseology in like the woke version now, where we, typically we would say something like, I was assigned female and now I'm a trans man. There is like some utility in just leveling with people with the language that they can get where you're at. So like, yeah, I don't necessarily think that it's wrong, even with someone like Buck Angel, who I very much think that he's fucking stupid about basically everything except for talking to cis people about trans 101.
Yeah, and that's something that I think about a lot. Like I obviously don't like Blair White. I think that that's kind of like a universal like trans right of privilege or however. But I think that there is utility in the way that she positions herself as like the sane trans person. That there are some people who genuinely were like, trans people eat children for breakfast, and then they found Blair White's YouTube channel. And they're like, oh, but this one doesn't. I guess maybe all of them don't eat babies, but I guess this one doesn't. Like it hinges the door open like just a little bit. Do I think it's stupid? Do I think that she's sucking off cis boots? Absolutely, like 100%. But to say that there's no utility in it, I don't think that that's true at all. Like there is somebody out there who watched Blair White's content and was like, wow, I guess trans people aren't serial killers. Cool. Like there's that person exists, okay? And so I think that there is utility in it. I can take issue with it. I can criticize it. I can be like, this is the dumbest shit ever. I would never participate in this. Like she does cause harm, which I think is important to acknowledge as well. But there are people that are dragged like just a little teeny tiny bit to the left because of her content, and I think that's fine. I still think that she's a fucking moron, and I don't like her content, and I wish that she would stop forever. But there is utility even in like token trans people, like you were talking about with Buck Angel. Like there are people who are more friendly towards trans people because of him. As much as I hate that, and as much as I don't want that to be true, because I think he's so stupid, but there are people that walk away from like videos with him or conversations with him, and they're like, "Wow, I guess trans people aren't that bad, you know?" But the blue-haired ones, those ones are really bad. Like that's obviously more work down the line, but that first little step on the yellow brick road to trans acceptance, like that first step comes from somewhere, and I think it's worth being like, "Oh well, you know, that guy's a fucking idiot," but I mean, he made that one less person want to kill trans people. Good for him.
I would
What
be
a
really
king.
curious looking at Blair's audience to see what percentage of people who come in contact with Blair are less radical toward trans people after coming into contact with her versus like, because she does drum up a lot of very specific anti-trans rhetoric. Like,
Yeah, definitely.
it's hard to deny. Yeah, and so I would be very curious. Not that I'm not like disagreeing with you whole cloth. Like, I just don't know what the actual split is on whether she does do more harm than good. Like, you know,
Yeah,
then it becomes a
I don't think
question
so
of
at all.
like
I
how
don't
much.
think so at all. I think that we can acknowledge like the good while still saying that like 80% of this is dog shit. Like I can be like, wow, good job with your 20%. Okay, anyway, the rest of this is fucking ridiculous, and then go in on that. I think that's fine. But I think specifically about when Ben Shapiro, he was having the conversation with Blair White, and she got him to admit that like gendering people based on biological sex is dumb. Like he was like, yeah, I guess you're right in that sense. Like what other trans person would Ben Shapiro sit down and agree with other than Blair White?
But did it
Fucking
actually
no
change
one.
anything? Like, did anything about the way that he talks about trans people change after that? Or did he just
No,
decide
but
to
I think
start
that
calling Blair by the pronouns that she wants because she's a
think that it-
bimbo?
I think that it showed his audience that there is like trans people that can be categorized as like man or woman. That it's not just based on biological sex, right? That you could say like, well, I don't know. I guess the really hot ones I could call she. And like again, like 99% of that is bad for sure. But the 1% where they're like, I don't know. I guess you're hot enough. I guess I'll gender you correctly. I think that it's okay to be like, you know, good for you. Good for you for that 1% of progress. I'll take it. I'll take the 1%.
It's better
I'll
than
do it.
literally nothing, I guess. Yeah.
It's better than fucking Ollie London. I will take what's given to me. Okay, we don't.
I
Really
don't think
get
I
to
know
pick
that
and
one.
choose.
Do I need to be glad that I'm ignorant?
Ollie London is the one who was trans Korean.
Oh boy, didn't they have like a bunch of weird facial surgery done
Yeah,
to
and they
like
were
look like a
I'm
K-pop star?
exactly like I would take Blair White over Ollie London. You know, it's the all the food is poisoned, but some of them probably taste better than the other one. You know, I would probably go for like a Granny Smith poisoned apple than like a Red Delicious. You know, if you have to eat the poisoned apple, you will pick one. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's totally fair. Yeah.
That's just how I feel about it. Obviously, I dislike these people greatly, but take what you're given. Collective responsibility is a heavy burden to carry. So yeah.
You know, you're a Catholic. I don't believe in collective responsibility in that way.
I am a Catholic and a communist, so collective responsibility is integral to all parts of my
Oh,
identity.
that's true.
It's a pretty integral part, unfortunately. So maybe that's just me. Maybe that's the tanky in me. No, I'm just kidding. I have to
Did
be
you just get
careful with that.
tanky?
Yeah, I made that joke one time and I never got away from it. So I'm sorry. I'm JK for clarity. That was a joke.
No, it's so good. I figured you were joking. I was just like, is that what you said? Like, I was just not expecting to hear tankies brought up in this particular discussion.
No, you're good. I just have to be really careful. I made that joke one time and then it's been a nightmare ever since. But that was a joke. That wasn't LOL. Just for clarity's sake.
Not claiming to be an authoritarian lefty. No, thank you.
Only in the sense that I think that everybody who disagrees with me is ontologically evil. Other than that, no.
I mean, true.
Or, you know, people, I'm trying to think of something else that I don't like. I don't know, slow walkers. I do believe in capital punishment against slow walkers.
I'm gay. Move.
Exactly.
Like, I can't with this.
Finally some common sense. Thank you.
So are you gonna move you're already on the West Coast. Are you trying to move like to somewhere even more lefty than where you currently live? Like I live in Kansas, and I've considered moving west.
Yeah, that's part of it. The other part is I have crippling seasonal depression, and the Pacific Northwest is not kind to that at all. So I've been floating the idea of moving to Arizona. I know that it's a purple state, so it's kind of hit or miss. But I have spent so much time in gloomy, rainy, dark, cold weather. I'm I have to go somewhere warm. I'm like a lizard. If I get into my car and it's like too uncomfortable to even sit in for more than 5 minutes, that's my ideal weather situation. But my wife doesn't like warm weather, so it's a constant battle. But I'm working on it.
That's a struggle for sure. You got to have some really good AC if you're living in Arizona. It's the good thing is it's a dry heat. It's not like living in Kansas where you have like 80 fucking percent humidity. It's not good.
Yeah, dry heat is fine. I don't like humidity that much. The few times that I've been to humid places, it's not been my favorite, but I just have to be somewhere warm. Like it's slowly killing me being in a climate where I have like maybe 3 months total out of the entire year where I can be outside and like be a human being. I am a summer boy. I like to be out in the sun and doing stuff, and I get very little of that. So that's most of it. I am privileged in the sense that depending on like I'm pretty much good wherever I move. Like I am of age. I have like one more thing to do and I'm done with my transition, quote unquote, done with it. I'm pretty privileged in the sense where even if I did move to a red area, I'm really not that worried about anything.
Yeah, that's
I
one of
just
the
want to be warm.
benefits of being older. Like, I'm almost 30. I'm not in anywhere near the age range where these things are being considered. My brother is the thing that sucks for me. Like my brother just turned 16 last year, and so that's like the age that you're allowed to start hormones in the state that he lives, and it is also a state that is like already tried and is now trying again to pass legislation to make it illegal for him. And it's just deeply uncool to be like, what are we gonna do if they do make it illegal for him until, and like it's Missouri, they keep pushing to age like 25. They're going like,
Yeah.
Making it illegal for adults to a certain age. And it's definitely, yeah, like one of those situations where it's like we need to set, it's hard with testosterone. It's easy with estrogen to get it off the gray market. You're like committing an actual felony if you do it with testosterone, like giving it to someone who it's not prescribed to,
Yeah.
or something like that. Or if you're prescribing it to someone who you're not allowed to, which like I know at least one doctor who would be willing to continue prescribing it even if it was like not allowed to be prescribed. Just like, I'm just gonna keep doing it. Like I don't like that we have to consider doing felonies.
Well, that's something that has always pissed me off with like the DIY HRT discourse. It's like, LOL, just make your own, or LOL, just order
Yeah,
from the
like,
site,
no.
LOL. And it's like, no, it's actually like a felony. Like, it's kind of a big deal. It's not that easy with testosterone.
Yeah, so it's hard to say like how do we establish some kind of like do we establish some kind of mutual aid effort to like get medicine to people, or is it just a situation where it's like, let's mostly focus on getting you out of here? Like I guess some people are going to do a little bit of both.
Yeah, I think it just depends. And I mean, it's legal over the counter in Mexico.
Really?
Yeah. When I go to Mexico, I get like albuterol because it's a lot cheaper there. You can get literally anything you want over the counter in Mexico. I think that there's very little things that you can not get. They even have like steroids, prescription painkillers, antibiotics. Like you can get really anything over the counter in Mexico. Fluconazole, whatever you need, they got it.
I did not know that.
Based.
I knew
Yeah,
that
so-
like a lot of people go to Mexico for dental care. Like a lot of people in the U.S. go to Mexico for dental care because it's
significantly
literally
cheaper,
cheaper to fly there.
Yeah, and they have pharmacias like you can get pretty much anything that you want over the counter. I'm trying like hydroxyzine before I had a prescription for hydroxyzine, I would get it in Mexico, so I could sleep at night. Yeah, you can get pretty much anything over the counter there. But of course, like transferring it back to the U.S. would be like the hypothetical issue in this hypothetical that's completely hypothetical, would be the issue in that situation, right?
Yeah, like the borders and the border checks and stuff are definitely going to be a potential issue for anybody doing that. Like, I know that people sometimes get some prescriptions brought in from Canada and stuff too. I'm not really sure how all that works because I personally have never had to resort to such things. And like, yeah, it's, I'm sure, difficult to find information about how to do it safely and legally if possible.
Well, that's kind of the biggest barrier of it, and that's why, I mean, like I think that it for like you were talking about for trans women, it's a little bit different because estrogen is a little bit safer to kind of like fuck with on the gray market. Like testosterone is not at all. So like in those cases, it would be like, okay, let's just like, let's just move you somewhere else like that. That I'm gonna spend all of my money trying to get you to move instead of trying to figure out how to do this hypothetical black market drug deal. Um,
Yeah. And like,
yeah.
I don't think that it's a privilege to be like, we need to get you out of here so that you can have access to medical care. I really thought that it was pretty rich coming from Zonia, trans woman who lives in California, to say that like leaving your home in order to access medical care or to escape violence is like a privilege. Like, I don't personally think, like, yes, there is a range of severity, like you were talking about earlier. There is a range of severity between like someone has a gun to your head versus having to make the choice to sell all of your belongings so that you can afford a plane ticket to somewhere where you're going to crash on a friend's couch for a few months until you can get a job and then try to establish your new life in a new country with nothing, because the risk of losing access to medical care or the risk to your siblings was so great that you were like, well, there's only one thing that matters and it's us not dying.
Yeah, I think that perspective, I think is kind of what I would defer to there, where it's like, I don't really know if it's a privilege that, like fleeing your state. Like, I guess there are ways that you could do it in a privileged way, like, oh, let me get on my private jet and fly to fucking,
If you can
Seattle,
afford
and
a U-Haul to move every single thing you own, that's, yeah, I would say that's a privileged way to do it. But like, if you're poor and you're disabled and you're basically like considering what objects you absolutely need to start your new life in a new country, like that's not a fun like life to live.
no, yeah, I mean, perspective is everything, I think. Yeah, I don't know. That was just that was an interesting conversation for sure.
It was a wild one. You didn't even stay for all of it. It did not get better when you left.
I imagined as much. Who did they? Was it Salem that they brought in after me?
There was one person called Salem and one person called Evelyn. And Salem basically just came in and was like, no, there is a genocide against trans people and against black people. And it's this, they said like this panel has been crazy. And then they made some comment about Rose Malay's TikTok, but I don't know what they were referencing. They were calling Rose weird.
If Salem is who I think it is, I think it's like Salem Void on Twitter. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find this. I'm pretty sure they have me blocked, but uh, it's like I'm not gonna be able to find any screenshots, am I? Probably not. It's kind of like unhinged, like if I were to use the term woke scold unironically, I would use that for this person. But I don't really use that word. If I was going to, hypothetically.
Yeah, Salem was not there for very long. It was literally as we were doing closing statements, a couple people joined the call. So they each said like one or two things, and then that was the end of the whole conversation.
Well, I mean, it sounds like I didn't miss much, but I
It was
it
pretty
really,
repetitive. I mean, I'll say the whole 3 hours
yeah.
was pretty repetitive.
Yeah, and I mean, I felt bad because Johnny just was not allowed to talk. No one was really allowed to talk except for like Zonia. That's kind of what it felt like to me. But what are you gonna do? The only thing that would have made it better is if Poly People was there. That would have just made my
Oh my
day.
God, it would have been so funny. I do wish that Demon Mama had been there though, because I feel like Demon Mama would have been meaner than me.
Yeah, I think I remember like right when it started, I was like, how mean should I be? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, and everybody was like 12. So in my opening statement, I was like, Rose is a fucking idiot.
I mean,
And then
she deserves it.
I was like, I read the room a little wrong. Like nobody really liked that. So my bad. We'll dial it back. Sorry guys, my bad, my mistake. But yeah, I thought that she was going to be the trouble, but she was not the trouble, which was surprising to me. I was a little
She was
taken back by that.
irritating, but she wasn't the trouble. Yeah.
She didn't really say much of anything, which is surprising. I feel like she kind of has a problem where she talks out of turn quite a bit, but I don't know.
I
Very
mean,
strange.
if you just agree with everybody else, I guess it's, it's one thing if you have a lot of opposition and a lot of opportunities to cut in, but I guess in that way it was, Will was like calling on people to respond sort of, and Zonia and PB were the most assertive. He just did a bad job of restricting those two in particular from spending a lot of time. I'm
Yeah.
sure I got a lot more time than I should have, but I was also the only person arguing
Yeah.
my position.
No, that's reasonable. I will say though, I thought it was fucking hilarious when I was like, yes or no, did America genocide the Native
And
Americans?
they were like uncomfy.
They were like, sorry, I can't answer. That's an off-topic question. I was like, oh my fucking God. That's like the easiest yes or no that you could ever answer. Like, ugh. I was
Someone
talking
said
to
that
some,
was a sticky question.
it was not a sticky question. It's a very easy
No.
yes or no question. I was talking to Sansol one time. Right, it was like right after the loner box poly people debate, I think. And I was talking to Sansol, and I was like, I was like, so do you agree with the criteria, like the UN criteria, that A through E or whatever? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, based on this criteria, do you think that America genocided African Americans during like the transatlantic slave trade? And he was like, no, because that wasn't the intention. And I was like, I don't even know what to say in this situation. I was like,
Yeah, it's hard to, I don't even know what to do about because I guess in a certain degree, yeah, the goal wasn't extermination, but their goal is to keep a certain population restricted and
I
utilized
wouldn't
for
even
a
say they
certain
were trying to
purpose.
restrict. I wouldn't even say they were trying to restrict the population because it was labor. It was free labor. They didn't want to restrict it at all. I don't think intentionality is necessary. Like they were comfortable. Like they kept bringing in more people. They wanted more free labor. Is the thing. They didn't want to restrict the population at all. But they inevitably genocided this population of people by state-sanctioned violence, by lynchings, killings, forced sterilizations, any of this other shit. I think intentionality is completely irrelevant. I think that you can do a genocide without wanting to do a genocide. I think the intentionality is completely irrelevant.
That's really interesting because I think that a lot of other people, and particularly other people in that conversation, were really hung up on the inability to establish intent. Like the people really seem hung up on that idea that you need to be meaning to exterminate the group, and you need to get some amount of progress toward exterminating the group. And I think that that's some of the resistance I've seen about oh yeah, it can't be a genocide because they wanted there to be a certain number of black people for the purposes of labor and things like that. So that's really interesting. I'm curious why you think that, since that is part of what the definition is according to the UN, which is the definition that I typically just defer to for ease.
Yeah, I think so. The idea of intentionality doesn't really derive whether or not an act has occurred. So there are scales to intentionality for sure. So I would say that if somebody was like, I'm going to genocide this group of people because I fucking hate them and I don't want them to exist, this is significantly worse than somebody who accidentally eradicates an entire group of people and they were like, I didn't mean to do that, but they're fucking gone now. I would say that both of these consequences result in the same outcome. So for example, murder, right? So I would say that there are different degrees of severity of murder, but they're all murder. So first degree murder, second degree murder, third degree murder, they all have different qualifications for what derives the severity of the crime, but the crime of murder itself is murder regardless of intent, which is why we have different degrees of separation. And so I think that in the instance of America with the transatlantic slave trade and African Americans, I don't think that they intended to genocide them because it was literally free labor. They were like, here are literal bodies who will do all of my work for free. I don't feed them anything. I don't pay them. They literally live in a hut. I don't give a fuck about their existence. They just pick shit for me. They didn't want to reduce the number of those people, but they inadvertently genocided them by population control and killing them essentially by state sanctioned executions, violence, all this other stuff. And you can even look at Native American genocides, and I don't think that you can say that the intentionality was genocide, but they were still genocided. They still committed a genocide. The one that I'm thinking of the most would be would probably be relocation. They're moving them to different areas. They're like, you guys can have your own area over here. Before we get towards the big reorganization of territories in America. But it's okay, we're gonna have New England. You guys can have all of Illinois. You guys go over there. But they made them walk however many miles in the fucking winter, and so of course all of them or most of them are gonna die. I don't think they were like, yeah, let's make them walk in the winter so they'll freeze to death and die. They're like, we just want you to move, dude. We don't give a shit. We just want New England for ourselves. We already named it and everything. We already have cute little statues here. You have to go. I would say that the intentionality amplifies the severity, but I don't think it's necessary for an action to be completed. And another example would be racism. maybe I just say the N-word because I don't know that it's bad. That's still bad versus me going up to somebody and saying, you are an N-word. Like they are both, I'm doing a racism with both of these, but the intentionality only amplifies it. It doesn't make it not a racism, right?
Yeah, I do think first of all that there is historical evidence that there was intentionality with the Native American genocide. Like I don't think that you're
For a
wrong.
lot of it, yeah.
Yeah,
For a
I mean
lot of it, yeah.
when they gave the blankets with the smallpox on them, there was someone wrote in their diary like we hope they have the intended effect, knowingly giving them smallpox blankets. And
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, so I do think that there was there like because you don't think that intentionality impacts the effects. Like of course I agree, like the obvious effect was that there was a reduction in the number of natives. They did a cultural genocide with the boarding schools. A lot of children died at those and everything. They returned home to be unable to talk to their grandparents. Do you think that that might be why you also hesitate to use the word genocide to describe the earlier stages? Because like they may have the intention to reduce the number of trans people now, but because they're not being particularly effective at it yet, is that part of why you hesitate? Or is it because you just see that there are certain things on the 10 stages that are just not being fulfilled, or certain things within the UN definition that are just not being adequately fulfilled?
It's a little bit of both. I think for me, like the consequences of the action are going to be like a little bit more important to me, because like I don't really care
Materialist.
if
You're a materialist about the outcomes.
yeah
Yeah.
yeah the outcome is going to be like what's most important to me. So like like when we were talking earlier, like I'll emphasize the idea that yeah, I think it's absolutely fucking horrific that we have bills on the table of like kill all trans people or whatever the fuck. But like if they're just sitting there and nothing happens, it's like we can say that's bad, but I wouldn't call that like genocide because it's not happening, right? And then the other part of it too is that I think that there are stages of the genocide, like the 10 stages of genocide, or even like the UN definition of the genocide that aren't necessarily being pinged yet. That I think would be pretty important to me to categorize it as a genocide. Like, I would say that it's a combination of those two things, but I'm definitely more like outcome driven than the potential for outcome.
That's interesting. I do agree, I guess, that I care a lot about the material outcomes, but I also think that there's a lot of value in being able to predict an outcome. Because again, like I don't wanna be one of those people who, like many Jews in Nazi Germany, who gets dragged out of their home because they still felt safe enough to be in their homes. Like I worry a little bit about it boiling over to that point without people recognizing that that's like the level that it's at. And I don't even know that the US is going to get to that extreme. Like, is it ever going to be that extreme, or is it just going to be, I happen to decide to go to a protest one day and get arrested and like have a really long process getting out and happen to die in my jail cell? Like it just seems like they are so indirect and more duplicitous in America. It's not like the Nazis pulled some of their ideas about eugenics from America. We were just being a lot more covert about sterilizing a bunch of black people and Native
And they
Americans.
were very bold. Like Mein Kampf was like a bestseller in America. And if anybody has read Mein Kampf, I have. It's not like, well, I don't know, maybe like we shouldn't do that. It's like race mixing. Like, have you ever seen two birds of a different bird fuck and have kids? No, it's disgusting. Like that was like it was very obvious, like a 101, like no shit. Even the one thing that I think about in The Garden of Beasts by Eric Larson is an excellent book. It's about U.S. Ambassador Dodd, who was in the leading up to of Nazi Germany. I forget. I think it was like 1933 to 1938. I think he was there, and he wrote so many letters to the U.S. State Department, being like, "Hey, like this guy's fucking unhinged. Like shit's getting a little fucking crazy over here. Like what's going on, you guys?" And they were like, "Oh, he's just a little silly. He's just in a little silly, goofy mood." And so I think about that in the sense that like there are warning signs definitely, and I'm not blind to them. I think that part of it is that we aren't pinging those boxes quite yet. Like again, I would say that like leading up to, up until the Holocaust actually started, I would say that like there are warning signs and there are boxes that are being pinged, but I think in hindsight we can look back and we can see things that might have diverted that path. And I think that we're in that stage where like we're in that diversional path where something could happen, like maybe somebody gets elected, somebody gets assassinated, like who fucking knows? Like it's the butterfly effect, right? Like anything could happen that could divert this track. And I think that once we're on the track, that's when shit starts to get fucking scary. But I think that we're like setting up the car. Like the car isn't touching the tracks yet. Like we're getting there. Like if nobody stops, the car is going to be descended all the way into the track. but there are so many things at play that could divert that track, and I'm not comfortable saying like this is a genocide until the car is on the track, until we're there, until we're moving forward with that kind of plan of action, if that makes sense.
What do you think you would need to see in order to feel like, the you know, does it need to be people packed onto trains taken away to camps, or how many children forcibly removed from affirming homes?
I think that if what Abbott proposed goes through, I would say that definitely. Or the list that they're wanting to put together of everybody who's ever changed their gender marker legally. Those would be two things that I would look at pretty heavily and be like, okay, shit's starting to get fucking crazy. The forcible rehoming of children, I think, is probably the one that is gonna break the camel's back for me. To my understanding, that is still like they're still like arguing over it if they're actually gonna do it or
They
not.
put a hold on one
Yeah.
particular family's case, but they did
Mhm.
not put a hold on the entirety of these type of investigations. So as far as I know, there are still ongoing investigations.
Yeah, and I think that that's gonna be the deciding factor for me because I think that you're right that it's not just gonna be like, okay, guys, get your stuff. You're going to camp. Bye. Like, I don't think that's gonna happen. And if it does, it's not gonna be something over. Like, we're not gonna know. Like, people are just gonna be like, oh, like, where's Luxander? Haven't seen a stream in a while. Like, strange. Maybe it's vacation time. Who knows? Like, it's not gonna be like everybody who's trans report to Third Street to get on the bus to go to summer camp. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Like, that's not what's gonna happen, right? I think that the idea of like the lists, and I think the idea of rehoming, like forcibly rehoming children, is gonna be the two of them. To my understanding, nobody has been rehomed yet. Maybe they have, and we just haven't heard about it. But that would be the line for me.
Okay. I guess, yeah. So like if I guess like I view it as, yes, I agree that that would be a very clear sign. If there is a strong enough, I think there's a strong enough pressure that has people leaving the state that to me would basically qualify as like the threat has already risen to this level. And there are already families leaving, but I know other families in Texas who are like, we're multi-generational Texans in like a historic home and we're not leaving,
Yeah, I think it depends because I think that like there are like things that can be argued to be genocidal in that sense where it's like forcing people to flee. But I think that it would depend on like it would be I'd have to contextualize it pretty heavily because like I know plenty of people that flee California to like other states to like hide from high taxes. But I would consider that like a genocide of the rich. LOL. But you know what I mean? Like I would want to contextualize it a little bit for sure. Like I think that if we're looking at a state that says like, okay, there's no puberty blockers like for, anybody under the age of 18, and it's like, well, fuck, I think that we should just move to a state that has more relaxed like medical guidelines or, allows this to happen versus a state that's like we're axing transgender healthcare altogether. And if you're caught like pursuing gender affirming care, like that's a felony. Congratulations, you're fucked. Like the context is gonna derive a lot for me, I think, in that instance. But I definitely think the list and the moving kids thing is the really scary one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that it's possible for them to outright outlaw it for adults. Like, but another thing that we see happening in states like Florida is that because of the way that they made trans healthcare illegal for trans kids in Florida is that they decided through the Board of Medicine to declare that there was not enough evidence to conclude that gender affirming care is actually medically necessary. They also took it off of Medicaid. So any adult who's on Medicaid also can't access transition related care through that insurance anymore.
Yeah. And the other thing that I thought of as well is like the idea that you can outlaw like certain medical practices. Like in states where conversion therapy is illegal, they could just say like, oh well, gender affirming care is illegal in the state, which would be kind of their workaround to that. I'm trying to think of if there's any other like specific kinds of medicine that are outlawed. Like there surprisingly there's like not a lot. Like they're like they
There's so
still
much
practice.
bullshit homeopathy and stuff that you can practice with like no
Yeah.
clear medical benefit, and it might even hurt people, like
Chiropractic?
chiropractic. Oh my God.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a
Yes.
skeptic first and foremost. The world is a nightmare when you approach it as a skeptic. Like you can't talk politics with people like a normal fucking person.
No, yeah. I mean, my wife goes to a chiropractor. She has like horrible sciatic nerve pain, and she finds that to be quite helpful. But I'm like, you know what's gonna happen? He's gonna push too hard one time, and it's gonna snap your spine, and you're gonna be paralyzed for the rest of your life. So I mean, live it up while you can, I guess.
I
I
mean,
try to be empathetic, you know? If it works for you, it works for you, I guess. But I don't know if we should be like prescribing chiropractic
I feel
visits.
like you can pop my back if you want, but do not touch my neck. I will pop my own neck. Thank you.
Yeah, those videos fucking scare me. I'm like, I saw a video of somebody doing like chiropractic on a fucking baby. I was like, that's a no for me.
I
Where it
actually
was like,
know someone personally who takes their baby to the chiropractor, and I'm like, okay, dude. I can't. It's your baby, dude. Whatever.
it was nice knowing your kid. I
Yeah.
guess. Shit. Yeah, it's amazing to me how many kinds of like weird pseudo medicine is like allowed. But I mean, you know, at the same time, placebo is a hell of a drug. So if you think that your little magical fucking patchouli pills are curing your cancer, I mean, more power to you, I suppose.
It just sucks that the kids get caught up in it. Like, that's the thing that is obnoxious about kind of like the conversation we were having about trans affirming care, and like that kids in particular are being targeted as like, not, you know, there are kids who make medical decisions about a lot of different shit already, like whether they want to have certain types of care. Like if you blow out your knee when you're playing football as a fucking 15-year-old, you probably have some say in whether or not you get the knee surgery. Like your parents aren't necessarily going to decide
like,
unilaterally for you. Yeah, exactly. But like with trans affirming care, it's like one of the only things that it's like, oh no, you as a young person don't have any opinion. You know, you might as well make fucking ballet illegal because of the permanent damage that it can do to your feet and ankles.
Well, something that is really like frightening to me outside of this is like the idea that we're going to start seeing rollback on the idea of medical age of consent in states where it's not 18. So I think the youngest is 13 in California, and so it's like the idea that if your parents are Jehovah's Witnesses and you get hit by a fucking car and you know you need a blood transfusion to live, and your parents are like, no, you can't have that blood transfusion. You know, Jehovah will not forgive you. You can be like, fuck you, mom and dad. I'm 14 and I don't want to die, and you can get that blood transfusion. But if you're under that age, it doesn't matter how hard you kick and scream and shit and cry. Like you can't have that blood transfusion because you haven't given your consent. And so the idea that all of this is getting wrapped up in the idea that we should restrict medical age of consent because, you know, a 13-year-old could hypothetically afford to go on puberty blockers without their parents' consent, you know, and without insurance, and just fucking happen to have the money sitting around to pay for these kinds of things. It's like a slippery slope, quite literally, that we're going to slide into some really scary shit with the idea of restricting minors' agency in the medical care that they receive. Because even in the example that you gave of a football player that like blows out his knee and he doesn't want to, you know, like ruin his career as a 15-year-old, maybe he's going to be in the NFL or whatever. If his parents are like, no, Timmy, you have to get that knee replacement, Timmy's fucked if he doesn't have medical age of consent rights in the state that he's in, right? Timmy is getting the knee replacement surgery, and his football career or whatever is fucked. And I think that that's the really dangerous part about the idea of restricting minors' autonomy in healthcare, because I think that's actually really fucking important.
Yeah, I think that was a big problem in the UK as well. Like, I think a lot of these issues that we're having in the US can be like sort of distilled on a smaller scale because the UK is such a smaller country, and also it's a little bit more socialist with the healthcare and stuff like that. But like, that was one of the things that was up for question there, was the age of consent, the Gillick competency, where like you could get an abortion or you could access birth control at like pre-age 18, and that was the basis by which kids were allowed to start puberty blockers as well.
Exactly. Uh-huh. And I think that that's something that I am a big advocate for, because I think that something that we kind of get lost in the sauce with is the idea that some people are actually like fucking crazy. Like there are people out there who think that like modern medicine is just putting ghosts into your blood and you're going to get possessed and you're going to go to hell for the rest of your life. And these are usually evangelicals. They're usually people who homeschool their kids, and they have like complete autonomous control over them well into adulthood. Like not just talking about like late adolescence, like full into adulthood. And these kinds of people, like their children are essentially victims of their ideology. And if you have a kid that, you know, doesn't want to die, why should they be at the whims of their parent, who have this crazy fucking idea that they're born with the exact amount of blood cells, and if they get too many, like God won't allow them into heaven? Like that's fucking insane. Or if you have parents that are abusive, like what if you have a kid who is assaulted by their parents and needs to get an abortion, but the parent says, no, I don't think that you need that. Like there's so much that folds into this, and the idea that it's being fought over trans related shit is so fucking stupid to me, because there's so much more to this than just like, oh, should we let, you know, little kids be able to like get puberty blockers when they're 4? Or is it, should we allow kids to be agents in the medical treatment that they receive? in the case that they're in like an abusive household or like a crazy fucking religious household, like absolutely, like we have to make room for these edge cases. And I think it's so dumb that this is being fought over on trans issues. Why aren't you fighting about like the people that think that Jesus and dinosaurs lived at the same fucking time?
It's
What?
those people who are spurring the conversation on.
No, I didn't.
Wife.
Sorry.
You got
I'm just
wife
being
aggro.
nagged. I'm just kidding. She's nagging. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, back in the day when we played WoW, we called that wife aggro.
Yep, that's her. That is accurate. But no, I think that the medical age of consent is really important, and I hate that we're like, well, do we really want 4-year-olds getting testosterone? It's like we're so missing the mark right now.
Yeah, I honestly think that the people who are driving this conversation are the kind of people who view their children as property and want to marry their daughters off at the age of 14. So it's like, why are we listening to these people? Like, well, we are listening to these people because unfortunately they hold a Christo-fascist minority control over our country. And it seems like, it just kind of seems like to me it's going to keep getting worse before it gets better. And it seems like it might get dramatically worse before it gets any better. I hope not, but I just don't really see things going positively from here on out.
Well, I mean, I'm generally incredibly pessimistic. I think that life is vacuous. I don't even know if you're a real person. I don't even know if I'm a real person. Like we're floating on a rock hurling through space at millions of miles an hour, and we're all gonna die. I try not to put too many serious eggs in any basket. Like that's just my philosophy on life. It keeps peace. It
A
keeps
little
the
bit of a
peace.
nihilist.
I would say a nihilist as much as we're kind of at the mercy of the universe, and there's not a whole lot that we can do. So, I mean, the sun might explode tomorrow. Why would I upset myself by reading tweets that I don't like? You know what I mean? I don't know. I kind of fall into that camp, and especially politically, I think that we're not France. I think that we need to check ourselves a little bit. I think that we're a little fucked. I think we're a little pussified over here in America, and I think that that's going to continue to be the trend. Um, but I'm alive, and I'm happy that I'm alive. And maybe I'm not even. Who knows? Consciousness could be fake. I don't know. I try to not take anything so seriously.
I mean, I think that's fair. And I think that's one of the sort of blessings of like, I think in your 20s, there's like this urgency. And so as I'm coming to the end of my 20s, I'm looking forward to what I hear 30-year-olds say, which is that like your 30s are a lot more chilled out and things do start to feel a lot more like I want things to feel a little bit more controllable within my personal sphere. And
Exactly.
like
Mhm.
I
I've kind of
definitely
let
feel like
go.
my life has been directed by the broader political like sphere.
Yeah, I feel like I've let go pretty significantly. I am a salmon in a fucking salmon factory in Alaska. My swimming the opposite direction is going to do very little. Um, I'm just gonna try and stay true to my beliefs and my morals, and if it changes something, it does. But when I was I was so cringe when I was younger. It was like the Fred Hampton. Every revolutionary knows that he's a doomed man. Like I'm ready to die in the streets for the Communist Manifesto, and now I'm like, guys, I think that it's just important that we grow our own food, reduce our waste. I think that it's important that we're kind to each other and that we give when we can. I've kind of chilled out pretty significantly. Like I still have, I think everybody has their little pipe utopia dream, but I think that I've like the older that I get, I fall more into like that pragmatic camp where it's like, let's be real, Malcolm, you're not leading the revolution. Okay, it's not happening. We need to relax a little, and kind of focus on things that I can control. Like I feel like you're right when you're young, you have like this idea of global reach, and it's like, what are things that are within my scope? My scope is limited. What can I focus on now to improve my life and the lives of people that I care about? And that's kind of where I focus my energy. But who knows? Maybe we will get like our revolution. Maybe it'll happen. Who knows?
Sometimes when you're on the phone with the food stamps program for 4 hours and then they drop your call and then you try to join the call again and they don't have enough room in the queue for you to even join the queue when you started at place number 104 when you initially called. Like, I can certainly see how that might induce some Guy Fawkes moments.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree. Like I love the idea of that. Injustice shouldn't sadden you; it should radicalize you. But I think that my radicalization scope is pretty limited in my elder years, where I would rather focus on things that I can do right now tangibly to help people instead of my pipe dream. Because like, don't get me wrong, how fun would it be to just like do redacted? Like that'd be fucking sick. That'd be awesome to do redacted. But what can I really do, you know?
But if nobody does redacted, then we all just end up, oh, I guess I'll just shuffle along to a slightly more liberal place as the rest of the country gets continually dragged toward fascism. Like, I don't know.
I think that my nuclear take is that politically leftists have lied down to die. I think that's the problem. I shouldn't say leftists. I should say Democrats in this country. Democrats who want this little SJW, like, oh my God, you guys, like, we're gonna get equal rights, and we're gonna have the first woman president, pussy power. I think that they have just laid down, seeded the entire culture war, and that's why Republicans stay winning, is because Democrats refuse to participate in the culture war. They're able to fearmonger about trans people. They're able to fearmonger about, abortion, aborted baby parts, and Pepsi. Like, they're able to do all this to get people riled up, and like, even somebody who is not their ideological like perfect fit, they're like, yeah, I mean, I guess this is better than lizard woman Hillary Clinton. I guess we'll take Ron DeSantis, even though he's not Hitler. That's who I would prefer. Like they're pretty flexible in their moving the Overton window to the right. But I think that Democrats are just like, well, I don't know, it's Hillary Clinton or bust. And we're like, wait, please, please, no, stop. Like, and I agree. Like somebody has to move the pawn. Somebody has to do it. But I think that I've let go of my ambition that I'm going to be the one to move the pawn. I think that I have to be realistic. And that's old man pragmatism. That's what happens when you get old.
I mean, that's totally fair. I'm like my skinny disabled ass. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm like a short person energy for sure. I act like a person who's 5'2". I'm like, I'm so angry. Like, you won't like me when I'm angry. Like, you know how short people have that like, oh, short people will fuck you up. Like, oh, don't play with me. And it's like, you tiny little thing. Like, sometimes I feel like that's me politically. I'm like, how dare you talk to me? And I'm like, but really, I'm not going to do anything though.
I mean, that's fair. I think, yeah. I mean, at least depending on where you are, I think a lot of it is empty sentiment, We all talk a big game on the internet. That's kind of the purpose of the internet. But if we're being real, I think we would all be like, please don't shoot me. Please I'll do anything. Please don't fucking kill me. I feel like that's going to be everybody's response. You know what I mean? When everybody's like, I would just look down the barrel of the gun and quote that V for Vendetta. You can't kill ideas because ideas are bulletproof. But in reality, you're like, no. Like, I think that we all have that little pipe dream. And that's okay. Hold on to the dream. Maybe you will be the badass Fred Hampton that changes the course of American history. That's fine. Maybe that will be you. That's completely cool.
Maybe you and the veteran are gonna team up against the guy who came in with a gun, and you're gonna stomp on the dude's face a bunch. Like, I don't know. True. It could be you.
The law of infinite probability. You know what I mean? It's possible. I would rather focus on my direct area and people that I have direct influence over. So maybe that's why I carry a fucking gun, Luxander, okay? When that guy comes into the gas station and he's like, hey, Grandma, give me your wallet, I'm going to be like, well, the fucking Kill Bill theme plays. And I'm like, I've been waiting for this moment my whole fucking life. Like, it's possible. So I just, scope limited, paraxis high, scope limited. That's kind of my position on that,
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, we stream, we, like, bring attention to the issues, I'm trying my best to like offer people ideas for what to do instead of just making people feel bad about how shitty things are. And then like on my personal scale, like I was seriously considering just doing my best to get the absolute fuck out of this country. And then starting to work on helping out with my siblings and stuff. But I'm like, now at this point, like, I think it's more important for me to stay local and help them as they're transitioning into adulthood in a couple of years. And like my younger brother is trans, and like I want to be able to provide him with support about that if it's really necessary. And like, yeah, that's for sure put kind of a hold on any plans that I may have had to try to move to even somewhere more liberal within the country, if not literally trying to move to Canada or Europe or something like that. Like being able to be effective where you can on the small scale, because I don't know how effective I am on the large scale. I know that I can make a strong impact on my siblings' lives if I make a deliberate effort to be a bigger part of it, but I don't actually know how much difference I make screaming at my computer in my apartment.
Yeah, and I think it's just one of those things that the perspective is kind of what everything comes down to for me. Is like I spent a lot of my time kind of almost like being distressed over things that were completely outside of my control. But there are things that are inside of my control. And I can, improve material reality for myself. I can improve material reality for people that are like in my direct area, right? Like I can give back. I can buy binders for people who need binders. I can send people resources. I can make sure that people have packers. Like I can do all of these things that are like beneficial and useful, like in my immediate vicinity. But the bigger tasks I'm not as so concerned with anymore because I don't really know. I think it's just because I realize like the limitations of what I'm able to do. Like I am able to control certain aspects of my life. I'm able to give back in certain capacities to my community. And those are things that I focus on. Those other things, if they come about, are very important, right? Like during the BLM protests and everything like that, we went to CHOP like a good handful of times to go and do stuff, to help them move everything around, to like bring resources, food, water, whatever people needed, that kind of shit. That was fun to do for sure. But where's Chop now? Chop isn't here anymore. So I have to refocus and be like, okay, that was fun. That was cool to do like something bigger than myself, like a little bit more important direct action. But it's like now I'm back in my community. I go to work, I see the same fucking people every day. I drive to work the same fucking way every single day. What about the people that are in my direct sphere that I can help improve things for? Because, it's nice when you have nothing, when somebody helps you with something, and it's nice when you're in that position of having something to give that back. And that's more of what I prioritize now. I don't, it'd be super cool if I could make, trans people kings of the world or whatever. But right now I'm going to focus on, it was super cool when I didn't have a binder. There were a couple of people that bought me one. So now I buy people binders. Or it was super cool, when I didn't have anywhere to go and I didn't have any money to eat, somebody pulled over on the side of the road and gave me $5 so I could go get McDonald's. So that's what I'm going to focus on. That's more things that I think are important.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Are you at all politically active in your local community? Like I hear people talk about the DSA all the time, and I've thought about looking into local DSA chapter, but I have not yet done that.
I would go for the SRA. It's going to be a little bit more direct action oriented. The DSA is kind of like, in my experience, or at least I guess I should say the DSA where I am, is a little bit more. It's a little bit more democratic. It's a little bit more proper, I guess. SRA chapters are usually a little bit more direct, and they do a little bit more direct action. In my
And what's
opinion.
that short for?
Socialist Rifle Association. You don't have to own a gun to be a member, but they do like food drives, clothing drives. They do like at least where I am, they do like monthly meetings where you like read theory and like hang out and go and help out in the community, shit like that.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm sure I've heard them mentioned before, but this is the point where I'm like, yes, I would love to be more politically active locally with other socialists or other trans people or whatever. It like the COVID risk. Like, are any of these places going to be aware of that, or am I going to be the odd one out for the next entire rest of my life?
Yeah, that's a big part of it too, and I think that it's going to depend because you said you're in Arkansas, right?
I'm in Kansas.
Arkansas. Sorry. I don't know how many like socialist politicians there are in Kansas. In the Pacific Northwest, there are a dime a dozen. Every election cycle, there's somebody that wants to run, and so there's ample opportunity to kind of campaign with these people and door knock or do whatever it is. And those are all good and well. I think it's going to be locally relevant, like how politically effective you can be, because I assume that you guys don't have like a ton of people who are like, yeah, revolution, that are like running for office, right? It's going to be pretty
sometimes locally. There are a couple of like relatively democratic, like it's kind of like Austin is like a super blue city within Texas. Like we do have a couple of blue cities here, but yeah, for the overwhelming most part, not so much.
Yeah, I think it'll just depend. Because if those people come up, you're like, fuck yeah, like go and do political action with those people. Even if the chances are slim in them getting elected, it's like you raise the good word of socialism. Like AOC was completely grassroots. Like there's a shot. It's possible. Like AOC isn't our fucking socialist Christ, but it's better than a Republican, right?
Get out there and make some friends.
Take what's given to you. I think that's okay.
Well, I feel like we've had a much more productive conversation than the previous debate. Like I don't even think that we really disagree fundamentally on the stuff is scary. They're targeting trans people in very specific ways, regardless of the severity with which you want to describe that. And we should be doing a lot of direct action to like try to help fix the situation, and vote while you can.
I think all of the disagreements come from like really semantic issues. Like Do you think that we are doing number 7 right now? Do you think that number 7 is applicable? I think that that's like most of the disagreement. And I mean, that's fine. Like, regardless of if I agree, like, oh my God, genocide is happening or not, like, shit's scary. We should be helping people. We should be trying to facilitate as many opportunities as possible to help people either get out of those areas or thrive in those areas, whatever people prefer. I guess that is dependent. And like I said in the panel, and I mean it wholeheartedly, I think that if it rises to the occasion that most people think of when they hear the word genocide, that we're like getting on the trains, and it's in black and white, and there's like a little girl in a red dress running down the street, and that's, it's Oscar Schindler coming to save us. If it hits that level, I don't think there's anything that's off of the table. I think at that point, I think that everybody would be pretty comfortable with do whatever the fuck you can to not die. At least I hope. Minus the people that are doing the genocide. I'm sure that they wouldn't be down with that. But, people who pretend to care about trans people, I think they'd be like, yeah, I think that this is an acceptable time to get a little rowdy for sure.
Yeah, I just wonder, like, I personally hope that we can get enough people out before it gets to that point, or like that we can intervene before it gets to that point. Like, part of why, yeah, I guess fundamentally the reason why I tend to still use the sort of inflammatory rhetoric on it is because I'm worried that people are going to be like, oh, things are fine. Things are going okay for trans people. They're not going to succeed. And then all of a sudden it's going to be like way more fucked. Yeah, we're like way more serious than we think it's going to be. And I don't know that there's going to be a clear point, especially if you're looking at the whole country and going, well, it's better in some places and worse in some places. Like, I'm afraid that it's going to get to this like tipping point. And, because again, it was great during the Weimar Republic. Like, I don't even know that there has been as good of a place for trans people in Europe since then, like with how much dedicated study there was and like how well it was being normalized. And it turned really fast for those people, like pretty abruptly. And I don't know. I guess I'm worried about that.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I think that there is a reasonable amount of alarm, and I don't think it's unreasonable to be like, shit is getting like really fucking scary, especially if you're in the United Kingdom, you're fucked. I'm sorry. Good luck. We'll miss you guys.
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that on my stream after we finish this convo. Like, they're so fucked over there.
Yeah, you guys are gone. You guys are.
I cannot imagine what it would be like to get that news yesterday of like, nope, it's not illegal. Sorry, like we've just decided that your healthcare doesn't count. Like, I would burn something to the ground.
You're totally fucked. I think the other thing too, and I guess this is something that I could be more conscientious of, like moving forward. I think that I am so numb to bill after bill after bill. I'm like, it's like the boy who cried wolf. I'm like, this is the 37th time that I've heard that, we're going to be outlawed. I'm just tired of reading it. I'm tired of hearing about it. Like maybe that's kind of me being numb to the issue, and maybe I should be more concerned. And I think that that's like a fair criticism. But my exhausted self is like, okay, I've heard, for the umpteenth time that this is going to happen, and it's died every single time. But you're right. It does take one time for them to say like, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. And then, the tides are going to turn. It's going to be pretty serious. And I think it's important to be aware of that. And that's something that I could definitely be more mindful of in the future. Like I said earlier, the multifaceted approach for sure. And I think that I personally am just if I'm communicating the severity to somebody else, I don't think that I need the word genocide to convey that thing, like that severity. And that's kind of where I like to sit, where if I'm talking to like I'm kind of like the normie catcher, that's kind of what I like to do. I like to sit down and be like, well, do you think that it's kind of bad that they want to make it illegal to be trans? And people are like, that kind of makes sense to me. Yeah, for sure. Keep talking. Like, I like being the normie moderator. That's just kind of the position that I like myself to be in. So I'm okay using less, harsh language in that aspect, I guess. And we've already ran down that rabbit hole. I think that I can convey all of my ideas and my thoughts and my worry without using the word genocide. And that's just my, it scares the normies. And so, yeah. It's Malcolm's.
Yeah, it's just a rhetorical preference at that point. Yeah, of like, and I think that we are at different places. Like, you are a binary trans man, you're Catholic, like you're religious, you have these like various aspects by which like normies are more likely to listen to you. So is there even much point for me to try to appeal to normies? Like, I think we just both have different strengths and just, like different audiences and different approaches on these things. And like, that's a good thing. IMO, crazy. We can be friends and also different. What? Not allowed.
No, I can't. You don't agree with me. Like, I'm not left enough. Please stab me to death.
Just daddy. I don't know why. Those are really, really sexual to me for a second.
That's okay. Well, I mean, I think of everybody is like with the Donald Trump thing when Trump was running for a second term, there was like a kind of like feralness around like if you ever thought fondly of somebody who was a conservative, like you are not even fucking on the left, like you are literally a Nazi. And I think of that kind of rhetoric, and I think of like I had I have a lot of people in my life that are conservative. Like I grew up conservative. I befriended plenty of conservative people, and I think of like the leftist litmus test, and it's like, do I stab my boss to death because he voted for Trump in 2016? Or am I out of the club? Like, how far do I have to go? Like, like what degree of separation here are we operating? And it's like, I think if that's the metric that I need to pass to get into the club, I don't think that I can do that, you guys. I don't think that I can do that.
I feel like that's the least important reason to stab your boss too.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of other complaints that I have. I think who we voted for in 2016 is kind of irrelevant.
It's pretty low on the list.
Yeah, there's a lot more things that I'm mad about than his voting patterns for sure. And I mean, I think of that in the aspect of this. It's like there are people that I'm friends with that I disagree with pretty severely. But it's not like you're like, yeah, I think we should genocide all trans people, and I'm like, well, Luxander's still really cool. Like, it's like we're in the same like bubble. It's not like you're over here. It's not like you're like Hitler was actually really cool. I'm like, what? Like that's maybe something to not be friends over for sure, or like at least acquaintances with. But if it's like, I don't know, I think that things are bad for trans people, but I don't think they're executing trans people in the street right now, and you're like, fuck you, Malcolm. I can't believe that you just like. Obviously, it's not that serious, right?
Yeah, it's refreshing a little bit to be able to. Yeah, it's why I don't really talk to XJW types anymore. I can't. I really think it's more important because of the fact that I think that the situation is so realistically dangerous that we be smart about the things that we decide to cut people out of our lives over. Like if you and I are gonna stop being friends over like this one issue of whether we use the word genocide, then like we both have one less person to rely on if shit does get serious. Like, hey, my friend Malcolm, who has some guns, like who is a really big Second Amendment guy, like that's a good guy to know. And it would be very stupid of me and stupid of all of us to be doing this infighting and like cutting each other off when like, even if it weren't as serious of a political situation, the situation for trans people is on a normal day not good. So we might as well be on each other's side.
Yeah. I think that something that I've spent most of my adult career working with youth and adolescents. And I think that it is an age thing, that when you're young, disagreement feels like a personal attack. Like the disagreement is very personal. And I think that the older that I've gotten, the easier it's gotten to kind of separate those things out where it's like, we don't have to agree on everything. Like there are certain things that are incompatible with my values, where it's like that would be something that would be a deal breaker in our relationship. Like if you were like, Hitler's really cool, like I'd be like, yeah, that's probably somebody that I don't want to be around. But I can kind of offer a little bit more nuance for like if I'm friends with somebody and they're like, yeah, I think that trans people should deserve the right to exist and they should be able to access medical care. I just really think that big government's stupid and I don't like paying taxes, so I vote conservative. It's like, okay, like, I mean, I guess I completely disagree with that. And there are things that you're doing that can actually tangibly harm me. But it's like, if this is somebody who's been my friend my whole fucking life, it's like, I live in a blue state. His vote doesn't fucking matter anyway. You know what I mean? There's more nuances in these kinds of things, I think, than like this person is conservative, I'm not conservative, we can never be friends. I think that picking the disagreements that you choose to end, like your deal breakers become more nuanced the older that you get. Like before it was like, if you don't think that Lenin is the hottest communist ever, I will literally come to your house and stab you. And now it's like, well, I guess you're a Trotskyist, or a Trotskyite, however the fuck you say that. It's like, I guess you're okay, Nuance. Everybody hates her.
Yeah,
I love her.
Like real life is much more complicated. When you're a kid, you feel like, oh, I'm just gonna cut people out of my life, but like, that's not how humans work. You have to be able to cooperate with people, and
you're just fucking ignoring your coworker all day. They're like, "Can you take this hot pan? I'm gonna burn myself," and you're like, "He voted for Trump."
Bitch.
Just completely ignore them the whole fucking shift. It's like, well, sometimes there's concessions that we have to make in the adult world, right?
Oh, being a grown-up. It's so sad.
I know. The grass.
Your knees.
Dude, I was playing volleyball the other day and I fell down and I fucking got whiplash. Like from standing up to a falling down position, it was like literal whiplash. Like my whole spine was out of whack. I was walking weird for like 3 days. It was total bullshit. I was like, oh my fucking God, dude.
It's rough. It's rough. Like I was sleeping on an air mattress for a bit when I first moved into this
Rip.
place, and it was
Rip.
yeah, it was not working. I had to switch to the beanbag chair, and now I have a real mattress, and I'm like, thank fucking Christ.
When I was like 23, I slept on a futon for like a year and I was fine. And it was a leather futon too. It wasn't like the comfy ones, it was leather. And I was like, whatever, like who gives a shit? I, I wouldn't make it. I wouldn't make it. I would be dead.
I can't do all nighters anymore either. I learned that recently.
I recently quit drinking altogether. I've struggled with alcohol my entire life. And now even if I like oh god. I used to be able to like get drunk, stay out till like 4 in the morning, get up at 6 and go to work and have like a fine day. Like I was going to the gym and shit. I don't even know who I thought I was. Previously, like before I quit drinking, I would have like 2 White Claws and be like, I can't come to work. I can't do it. I'm gonna be out for like 2 to 3 business days. There's no fucking way I can come to work tomorrow. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Aging
I
is cruel.
understand. Like the drinking is like really hard to kick once it's settled in. Like congrats on stopping. I'm doing my best to try to do like week-long breaks and stuff right now. So like I totally get that, and it's a rough one. And also like, do you ever did you get to start to like get to an age where you're like, I am feeling bad before I've even achieved the level of drunk that I intended to get to tonight? Like not
Yeah,
even
you have
talking
like
about my
one
hangover
beer.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah. You have like one beer and you're like, oh my God, what is happening to me?
Like why do I have a headache right now? I can't deal with this.
Well, it used to only be when I was younger, it was tequila. I wouldn't drink tequila because it would like hurt my head while I was drinking it. I was kind of getting like that preemptive hangover. Now it's like after 3 hours of drinking, I start to feel it. I'm like, oh fuck. Oh no. Oh
And
no.
then the
My
hangover lasts
stomach.
2 days. You got a 2-day hangover.
Even for like totally benign shit, I used to be able to like kill it like all the time. And now it's like the only time that that wouldn't happen, I have had like a pretty bad history with binge drinking. If I'm in like my binge swing, I can subdue the hangover for as long as possible because of how heavily I'm drinking. But if it's like a casual like drinks with coworkers, it's like 3 is my max. Anything more than that, I'm out of commission for like at least 2 business days. It's fucked.
It's so stupid. It's like, God damn it. When did this happen to me?
I know, I fucking hate it. It's so, oh God, it's painful. I can't get over it, dude. I fell and it like as soon as I fell, I was like, my back is fucked right now. And it was just like a tumble. It was like a little tumble. I've fallen down my stairs before and been fine, but this was just like I fell too hard on my butt and I was like, oh no, I have whiplash. I'm like, fuck.
You gotta like check yourself over and make sure nothing's broken.
Oh my God, it's terrible. It's rough out here. Like I'm the new Tranpa. It's me.
True. We vote to make, goddammit, Malcolm, the new Tranpa. Fuck Buck Angel.
I am the new Tranpa. Like he doesn't even know. He has no idea.
Well, Malcolm, I've really enjoyed this conversation. Your wife is home, so maybe you want to go talk to her or something. I feel like I need to pee really quick, and then we're going to talk about the
Testosterone does
UK
that.
news and shit. I'm not even on tea right now, is the great thing.
That's how powerful it is. It fucks up your bladder for life. But yeah,
It's true.
yeah. I gotta go. I gotta go. Return to my wifely duties and all that other shit. You know.
Indeed. Gotta go be a house
Woman
spouse.
moment. Woman moment. I'm just kidding. I love women. We love women here. I'm sorry. I'm just in a.
We're
southern Michigan
allies
thing.
to women, okay?
Some women are good. Nuclear take. I know.
Only trans women.
True. Well, don't tell my wife that. She's like the
It's a
honorary
secret.
sis. Yeah, she's like I told her when we do our trans ethno state, she's like the one that's allowed in, do you know? I love baiting her all the time. I'm like, say the T slur. And she's like, I'm not gonna say it, Malcolm. And I'm like, just say it once. Please. As I I was joking about this yesterday. Let me get my phone. I have like my fucking I have like Snapchat open. I'm like, just say it. Just say it one time. Just say it one time. I promise it's okay. Like, please.
Oh my god. Oh, that's super funny. Yeah, I don't know how that would go over if I did that with my partner. I think it would be very funny though.
I just have so much fun. It's a great time. It's a great time. Having a token sis around is great. I would 10 out of 10 recommend.
It's true. It's why I can never go tea for tea.
Agree. People are like, I don't understand, and I'm like, you don't get it. Like, I have so much power. Like we'll be at the grocery store and I'm like, she called me the F slur, help! Like there's so much power. There's so much power. You don't even know. You don't even know. It's beautiful. I love it. I need my precious oppression points, and I can't get that with other trans people.
And you're a man, so you've got that over her too.
I know it's amazing. Like
All the
people
perks.
give me the bill. She makes more money than me. They're like, "Here's the bill, sir," and I'm like,
Let me just pass this right off.
I know. I'm like, "Give me the card so I can pretend like I'm paying for it. Will you give me the like in the car?" I'm like, "Please, you're invalidating me. You're being transphobic. You're perceiving me as a woman. Give me the card."
Oh my god, that's hilarious. All right, my face hurts. I'm gonna get off this call now, Malcolm. I appreciate you.
All right, have a good one. Love you lots. Have fun.
Love you. Good night.
Bye.
Oh my god. What a silly bean. What a silly bean Malcolm is. It's false advertisement to label a conversation like that a debate, for sure. Oh man. Deegan, you're making me lose the game. I'll stab you right in the sphinx. I'm leaking my DMs. No, I'm not. Shut up. When you smile so much, your face hurts. Yeah, it's true. It's true. There wasn't really anything spicy in my DMs anyway. I thought that I had hit the button though. But that's okay. I did want to talk about the UK news tonight. But I do want to take like a break from serious convo for a second before we get there. I feel like that should have been a clip. Am I still showing my other monitor? There's no way. Oh, okay, yeah, I still have this thing. Okay, cool. That thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Send you the mask I wear that I accidentally verified keeps me safe. Did you DM me somewhere? Oh yeah, you DM'd me on Discord. Oh yeah, I have a mask kind of like that. Is that just, that's a serious, it's just you put the right filters on it, right? I have a mask like this one, but they, it'll protect me, but it doesn't protect other people because the valve opens the other way. It sounds perhaps unfair, but Malcolm felt like he was talking from a rather privileged position. I mean, yeah, no, I think that's totally fair. Malcolm is a trans man. He's a passing trans man. He is white passing. I think he's Hispanic, but he's white passing, and he lives in like Oregon or something like that. He lives in the Pacific Northwest, so it's definitely clear that he doesn't have any immediate danger to worry about. So he is more concerned about his, you know, his immediate position. He's also more economically secure. Yeah. With a two-partner, like a two-person income thing, like that makes a significant difference to your economic security for sure. Given that nobody else is wearing masks, I don't see why I should care about them when this is better protection for me. No. The only reason why I was thinking about it was because I had been thinking about getting a more comprehensive mask for if I were to go on an airplane in a couple months, because I've been thinking about visiting Washington. But I would, I was like, I have a mask. If I just get the right filters, I could just wear the mask I already have that fits quite nicely. It would just not be good for anyone else. But I am pretty sure that I don't have COVID because I'm at home all the time. And I trust more that I don't have COVID than that other people don't have COVID. No one wears masks on flights anymore unless it's international and required. Ugh, it's fucking terrifying to me. I'm really, really, really not excited about just this is going to be the rest of, like, if this is going to be a consideration for the rest of forever. Yeah, Greedy HD, that was much nicer than I anticipated. I didn't think that Malcolm and I disagreed strongly. But I also think that when Malcolm says that he hides his power level, I think that he is actually probably a lot more politically radical than he lets on. So I can't really hold it against him that he much like me can't necessarily say all the things that he supports or believes in on the internet. I'm a little sus of anyone who walks around the Native American genocide. Well, Malcolm was the one who was saying, like, it is very clearly a genocide, and it's very stupid that the other people on the panel wouldn't address that point, because it's a dead yes or like it's a very dead yes or no question, and it's a very clear yes, very obvious yes. I'm terrified of going to the movies without a mask. I don't want to go anywhere without a mask. Okay, I'm going to refill my water, and then I'm going to come back, and we'll probably chill for another couple minutes, and then I do actually want to talk about the news that we've consistently been seeing in the UK. We've had like 2 bad newses in a row. Yeah, because like Rishi Sunak has been talking about rejecting the Scottish GRA reform, and then at the same time that we had the Scottish GRA reform being challenged by the primary UK government, they also heard a case about the promptness with which trans people are being addressed and given healthcare, and like it was bad news all around. If I catch COVID another couple times, I might need a wheelchair at the rate things have gone the past 2 times that I've gotten it since 2020. That's really frustrating. And I really hope that it doesn't come to that. I hope that your roommates are all being cool about it. I agree. It seems like he comes from a pretty comfortable and privileged position. Some of us are more alarmist because we are in more immediate danger. I feel like maybe I'm even more alarmist than is warranted for my immediate danger, because but the thing is that like the only reason why I'm not in danger is because I won't go to a gay club. I would be in a lot more danger if I affiliated with other gay people. But if I only go to the grocery store, and mass shootings at grocery stores don't tend to happen very often where I live, then like my personal risk is pretty low, but it's only pretty low because I don't go places where my risk could be higher, which isn't fair either. That is like a restriction on my freedoms. Like my freedom to go, freedom of assembly with other queer people at a gay bar, like my freedom is infringed by the terrorism that exists. So his focus on outcome is the flip side of the panel's focus on intent. Yes, there are lesser charges of murder, but one of them is attempted murder, which is 100% intent. Yeah, I tried to tease that out a little bit. I don't think we necessarily teased it out fully. It might be weird, but I'm already wondering if many of the victims will be remembered. That's why it's called a dead name. Like, it's called a dead name because it's the name that your people bury you under. I don't think people realize that. Like, I think that that's the original reason why trans people call their old name their dead name. Because if you're not in a situation where you can get it changed legally, or if you're in the, United Kingdom and you can't get your fucking gender recognition certificate, which changes that's your death certificate as well. That's the other thing about GRA reform that people didn't understand, is that it's not your passport. It's not your, like, it's your birth certificate. It's your wedding certificate. It's your death certificate. Having the right name, having the right gender. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to grab some water. If you haven't grabbed any water in a bit, you should consider doing that, because water is important. Hail hydrate. It's hail hydrate, although it should be hydrate, I think. But yeah, get some water. Hit the like button if you have not already hit the like button, and when we come back, we're going to be talking about the UK. All right? Be good. Hello. Sins instead of being good. Here I go coveting again. I know. I'm such a covetous little bean. Oh my god, excuse me. It was already so difficult for us to get, having to jump through so many barriers and even go in front of a court. If I got an illness or something or got in an accident and didn't make it out, they'd put my dead name on my grave. I've been out for 3 years and still have only had my first gender appointment not very long ago. That's super frustrating, Flynn. Are you over in the UK, Flynn? Like, yeah, that's the trouble over there. No, yeah, don't worry, Flynn. This is a very serious issue. And I actually don't know that I have all my links together to talk about this. But I want to pull up at least one. I got one thing open. Do we have any specific about... Wow, hold on. So the article that I have open right now is about the legal case at the High Court that you all just lost. But I think that I want to pull up something else about... I want to cover Rishi Sunak and the... or I guess I don't really care about your Prime Minister in particular, but I care about the Scottish GRA and the UK saying that they're not going to do it. Does anybody have a good link for that? I'm going to try to find a little something. Oh, maybe... Actually, I think maybe I retweeted something. Fucking Twitter. How terrible, terrible bad. Okay, this is something that has to do with the GRA. This... Come on now. Okay, I have a CNN article. We're going to set it up and we're going to go through both of them. By the way, if you're here and you've not hit like, definitely hit the like button. Also, if you're here and you've never donated before, this is my actual job. Consider dropping me a $5 dono over on the website. You can do a subscription on the website, which will get you access to some custom emojis. You cannot give me any super chats because YouTube takes 30% of your money as opposed to direct support through the website. You can also consider pitching me $1 on Patreon. That's like $12 a year or something, which is not a lot, but it's helpful for sure. Let's see. Okay, yes, we have a CNN. I guess this will be our main thing. Emojis like dicks, true! The dicks emoji. We love the dicks emoji. I think also copium is one of the ones that's... Yeah, see, you see, Mama Mephistopheles was able to use dicks emoji, but Violet was not, because Violet does not have a sub right now. Set up a Patreon subscription and then forget about it for years so you're consistent support. True, it's only $1 a month, you know? I know, it's the tragedy. Okay, I also have a beer. Beers are delicious. Okay, I'm going to change the... Actually, I'm not going to... Well, I'm going to change the title of the stream really quick to reflect that we have moved on to talking about trans people destroying the union. Hell yeah, motherfuckers! No dicks. No dicks allowed. To impress a chick, do the helicopter dick. Go, helicopter dick. Anyway. So we talked about pretty recently that there was a reform to the Gender Recognition Act that passed in Scotland, where very particularly in Scotland, they decided to just change a couple of things about it, like what age you could apply to get your gender changed legally and a couple things like that. Just kind of making it a little bit easier for people in Scotland to get this done. Scotland is a part of the broader UK. There's like a whole CGP Grey video about what the difference is between like England and Great Britain and the United Kingdom. That's not something that I really understand very well, but there is a distinction, and like Scotland is part of the UK. So when we're talking about the UK's Gender Recognition Act and the process by which you get a gender recognition certificate, Scotland's laws are under the purview of England, just in the same way that the state laws in the United States are still subject to the federal jurisdiction. Like if the federal law trumps the state law. Like, you can't make state laws that counteract that. You know what I mean? Like, I barely understand it and I'm from the UK. Yeah, no, it's not fun. So particularly, I guess we'll just go over really quickly. This is what happened. The UK government blocked Scotland's new gender recognition law. There was it was a majority, I think, that passed it for sure. Like, it wasn't like a close vote. It was like 86 to 30 or something like that. The vote that passed this reform to make it a little bit easier. I think the main thing that the law changed with Scotland was removing the fact that you needed a gender dysphoria diagnosis, which currently in the UK, they are deliberately restricting access to gender clinics. They're slowing down the process bureaucratically. There are several different gender clinics, and like, here's how it works in the UK. They have specific clinics just for gender stuff. We don't really have that in the US. You kind of just go to a different like general doctor to get your care, but like they have, let's just say 4. I think that there may be more than that, but let's just say 4 different gender clinics across the whole country, and those clinics are specifically designed to provide only this kind of care. And then across the whole country in a given month, they're only seeing about 50 first-time patients. With 4 dedicated clinics, you could see 50 first-time patients at one clinic in like 1 week. It might be only first-time appointments that week, but whenever, like, I've seen photos of people saying, I'm sitting in the waiting room at the gender identity clinic, and here's the waiting room, and then just a photo of a completely empty waiting room. So it's not like they're really stacking appointments. It seems like they're deliberately bureaucratically slowing down the process. And yes, Philosophy Tube did a fantastic video about this. It was very, very informative. And Philosophy Tube retweets things on Twitter that also help bring attention to this a little bit. It's kind of a nightmare over there. They've been deliberately bureaucratically slowing that process down. So that's just for a first appointment. There's like 5,000 people on the waiting list, and they're only seeing 50 people a month for their first appointment across the whole country. That's 5,000 people waiting for their first appointment. Then you have to actually go to the clinic multiple times in order to definitely have your gender diagnosis. Like, you might not get it the first time you go. Hopefully you know all the right things to say and you'll get it, but like, you might not get it the very first time you go. And then you have to have the permission from your doctor to go apply for a gender recognition for a gender recognition certificate. So what the GRC does, the only thing that it does is it allows you to change your birth certificate, the sex on your birth certificate, your wedding certificate if you get married, and your death certificate if you die. It doesn't change whether you access bathrooms or anything like that. But in the England part of the UK, they've been very strictly saying, no, you for sure have to have this diagnosis, which could take you 5 years to get. You're on a wait list that could last years and years and years and years and years. And yeah, so you can't get married during that time and have your accurate, be accurately recorded as the bride or the groom, respectively. It's a big pain in the ass. So Scotland just wanted to make it easier. They just wanted to say, hey, let's take off this gender dysphoria requirement and like make it a little bit easier for people. And this might be the thing that destroys the United Kingdom as we understand it. So here we have, the UK government blocking Scotland's new gender recognition law. The UK government blocked a new law intended to allow trans people in Scotland to change their legal gender without medical diagnosis. Scotland's First Minister called this intervention a, quote, full frontal attack on our democratically elected Scottish Parliament and its ability to make its own decisions on devolved matters. This is that fascism that we've been talking about, where the democratic process says, yes, we support trans rights, but the minority who is in higher central power can use outside forces in order to change this, in order to change and block the democratic process. The minister representing Scotland within the UK government announced Monday that Westminster had taken the highly unusual step of blocking the Scottish bill from becoming law because it was concerned about its impact on UK-wide equality laws. So what's in the Scottish law? It just makes it easier to change your legal gender. Under the current system, trans people have to jump through a lot of hoops. They have to have a medical diagnosis, and they also have to be at least 18 years old. So the new rules just drop the medical diagnosis requirement. The waiting time would be cut from 2 years to 6 months, and the age limit has been lowered to 16. Oh, chat. Thank you for the $5 dono. Salander says, $5 dono says, cheers to a UK split because Scotland said trans rights. True. I mean, honestly, if this is what destroys the United Kingdom, I mean, I would be pretty proud of us. I will be pretty proud of us if this is the thing that single-handedly destroys the United Kingdom. Hold up, let me fix this. Ooh, we got $25 tonight. Thank you so much. It's getting to be that time of the month where it's time to pay bills. I know you all feel it. I'm for sure feeling it right now. No worries. Excuse me. Scotland has been better off without England for years. They deserve a split. They do. They deserve independence for sure. And Ireland as well. We can make it happen. That Star Trek episode where it's like the Irish reunification of 2024. We can do it. We can do it. I believe in you. So why did Scotland want to change the rules? Campaigners have long argued that the current process is overly bureaucratic, expensive, and intrusive. There were big consultations held on the issue, public consultations. We think that trans people should not have to go through a process that can be demeaning, intrusive, distressing, and stressful in order to be legalized in their lived gender, said the government when proposing the new rules. In the end, a substantial majority of Scottish lawmakers from across the political spectrum voted in favor of the change last month. The final tally being 86 for and 39 against. This passed with bipartisan support, which, you know, in America, that's saying a lot because of the distinction between Democrats and Republicans. But yeah, no, this conservatives and more liberal types were both on board with this. The reaction in Scotland was that the bill sparked emotional reaction on both sides. The debate over the proposal was one of the longest, most heated in the history of the Scottish Parliament. The final vote had to be postponed after the session was interrupted by protesters shouting "shame on you" at the lawmakers. That's what we discussed before about the lady flashing a merkin. And she did it in the most pussy way possible. I didn't fully know until afterwards. She was wearing tights, like she was wearing hose, and then she glued the merkin onto the hose. So she wanted to simulate like she was flashing Parliament, but she wanted to do it within very specific, what she assumed, I guess, was like legally acceptable parameters, where she wasn't actually flashing her real junk because she was wearing hose. Excuse me. Let's see. Many human rights and equality organizations and campaigners welcomed these new rules, pointing to a growing number of democratic countries where self-determination is the norm. The bill attracted huge amounts of criticism. Of course, J.K. Rowling complaining about it. People opposing this bill argued that it could weaken the protection of spaces that are designed to make women feel safe, such as women-only shelters, even though you don't have to produce a birth certificate in order to go to a women's shelter or a bathroom. Here, let's do this really quick. Hold on. We have this other thing open. Let's do it. This is it. Okay.
Safeguarding of women.
What? Hold on. Let me make sure I got all my shit together here. Let me get all my shit together.
Is often raised as a factor in the speed
of
self. Just you mentioned safe spaces, and the safeguarding of women is often raised as a factor in the speed of self-identification. You know, why do you think it doesn't have any impact on safe spaces?
Well, I'd ask you the question. When was the last time you needed to show your birth certificate when you went to the toilet?
Yeah, never.
Yeah, exactly. You just don't do it. Nobody asks you for your birth certificate or a gender recognition certificate or any other kind of documentation when you go to the loo or when you go to single-sex changing rooms or to any other space like that.
So you're saying you could use single-sex toilets anyway, and this just changes a formal piece of paper. That's what you're saying.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens next, but and see how far the UK government takes it.
We'll see what happens next. Like, this is what did the person say? The person who retweeted this said, whoever I retweeted this off of said this, like, this is why they don't invite trans people onto panels, like onto the news very often, because we're very matter of fact and we're like, here's the actual realistic situation and it's not that scary, and it's just like, oh well, we'll see what happens next, you know. But no, like, it doesn't mean anything for safe spaces. I don't even think that lady understood that she was being asked a question initially. Like, the trans woman was like, well, let me just ask you, like, have you ever had to provide a birth certificate when you're going to use the loo? No. It's like, yeah, because we don't do that. It's crazy. Even in the United States, people do this where they're like, how dare you use the bathrooms? Like, it's like, it has been legal the entire time. It's actually been legal the entire time for anyone to use any bathroom, because gendered segregated spaces like that aren't legally protected. A private institution might say, this is our men's locker room, this is our women's locker room, and have an individual policy of some kind, but it's never been explicitly illegal for just any old man to walk into the women's bathroom and piss there. If a man walks into the women's bathroom by mistake and pisses in the women's bathroom, it's not illegal. And it's just been recently that people have tried to make it illegal. Anyway, so yeah, let's see. So why is the UK government getting involved? Scottish government rejected the argument that it's making women-only shelters dangerous. Yeah, the laws don't change the rules on who can use single-sex spaces. Excuse me. So yeah, why again is the UK government getting involved? Scotland has a devolved government, which was established in 1999, which means that many but not all decisions are made by the Scottish Parliament in Holyrood, Edinburgh. The Scots can pass their own laws on issues like healthcare, education, and environment, while the UK Parliament in Westminster remains in charge of issues including defence, national security, migration, and foreign policy. So the UK government can stop certain Scottish bills from becoming laws, only in very specific cases. For example, if the UK government believes that the Scottish bill would be incompatible with any international agreements or with the interests of defence and national security, or if it believes that the bill would clash with the UK-wide law on an issue that falls outside Scotland's powers. It's like, okay, with regard to healthcare, I mean, education and environment, the UK Parliament is in charge of defense, national security, migration, and foreign policy. This, like, when it comes to what is required to change your documentation, at least in the United States, like, and maybe this is a very United States centric position, but it depends on your locality. I don't understand, the national government has never stepped in and said, you can't change the sex on your birth certificate unless you have sterilizing surgery done. That kind of stuff is left up to the locality. So it would make sense to me that the UK government, like, would not be involved in the updating of documents in the locality of Scotland, which is under their general purview. This feels like government overreach for sure. Again, I'm just speaking as an American on that. So under the rules that set out how Scotland is governed, London has 4 weeks to review a bill after it's passed by Holyrood, after which it is sent to the King for royal assent, which is the last formal step that needs to happen before that law becomes law. The deadline for intervention on the new gender bill was set to expire later this week, but many in Scotland have accused the UK government of playing politics and blocking the new bill for political rather than constitutional reasons. Quote, whatever your view on the bill, people vote in Scottish Parliament elections thinking they're electing the MSPs who will represent and legislate for them on devolved matters, said Emma Roddick, a Scottish Parliament lawmaker. Sunak, who is the Prime Minister of the UK, has demonstrated what the SNP has said for decades. That's only true as long as Westminster wants it. 2/3 majority in favor of a bill within devolved competence, and then Tories we didn't elect want to strike it down for political reasons. This is intensely frustrating. Like, I cannot even imagine how frustrating this is. So the UK government's argument on this is saying that the bill would impact UK-wide equalities legislation. The power over gender recognition laws is devolved to Scotland's government, but legislating governing equality is set by Westminster. The bill would have a significant impact on, amongst other things, Great Britain-wide equalities matters in Scotland, England, and Wales. I have concluded, therefore, that blocking it is the necessary and correct course of action. Who said that? That was Jack someone? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. But advocates disagree with this choice. The rights group Transaxual told CNN in a statement that it saw, quote, no justification for the UK government's decision to block the bill over concern for UK-wide equality laws. Quote, there is no justification for this action by Scottish Secretary Alistair Jack. He will lose any case brought by the Scottish government because the Equality Act is 100% independent of the Gender Recognition Act, and nothing in the Scottish bill changes that, said Helen Belcher, the chair of Transaxual. Quote, trans people have never needed gender recognition to be protected by the Equality Act. That's really interesting. I don't really know a lot about the Equality Act versus the Gender Recognition Act, but I am getting the impression that the GRA, isn't part of the Equality Act, that you're protected by the Equality Act whether or not you have a GRC. And that's all the GRA governs, is whether or not you can get a gender recognition certificate. But anyway, so the Scottish government is not allowed to overrule this decision. If it wants to take the legislation forward, there are two options, which is amending the bill, bringing it back to the Scottish Parliament, or challenging the UK government in court, which is not going to go well, and we'll talk about that in a minute. We're hoping to find a constructive way forward if the Scottish government decided to make changes to the law and present it again. However, that seems unlikely. Sturgeon said in a tweet on Monday that her government would, quote, defend the legislation and stand up for Scotland's parliament. So I'm seeing this going to the High Court. There's no precedent for this because the UK government has never before used this power to block Scottish legislation in this way. Quote, this is the first time the power has been exercised, and I acknowledge that this is a significant decision, says Alistair Jack. We should be clear that this is absolutely not about the United Kingdom government being able to veto Scottish Parliament legislation whenever it chooses, as some have implied. That's exactly what it is. That's literally exactly what it is. Our Prime Minister has threatened to take us out of the Equality Act. Oh my God, I don't. Not right this second. We're not going to get into it. The political background. Yeah, the anti-trans culture wars. Do we have any info about Rishi Sunak in particular here? Yeah, so this is just kind of going into like some of the tensions between the UK, like the broader UK and Scotland in particular. Like Scotland voted to remain in the European Union and Britain voted no, like, you know, nah, don't worry, Flynn, no worries whatsoever. Britain's Supreme Court ruled in November that the Scottish government cannot unilaterally hold a second independence referendum. Yeah, the SNP is pushing for a new independence vote, but the UK government has said it will not agree to one. They never want to like lose control over their territories. That's never going to be how it works. Scotland is going to have to I think that Scotland is going to have to violently revolt if they want to end up out of the control of the UK. We're not done with this segment, all right? I just need to take a drink of water. And then we'll move on. Okay? Sip. Take a little sippy. I don't need this anymore. So honestly, it kind of seems like the UK's refusal to acknowledge Scottish rights to amend the gender recognition process in their jurisdiction, this might be the thing that destroys the not the European Union, but the United Kingdom. Like the fact that they have been so intertwined for such a long time, like they might earnestly, like this might be the thing that destroys Scotland being part of the UK. We're not totally sure. Like, they keep wanting to have a vote for independence. They didn't want to leave the European Union, and they had no choice because they're part of the fucking UK government. Like, I think people in Scotland are pissed off. So, but it doesn't end there, because there are other things about trans healthcare in the UK that are brewing. As we mentioned a few minutes ago, the way that it works in the UK is you get on a you go to your regular doctor and you say, I need specialist care for gender stuff. And they say, okay, I'll refer you to the gender specialist clinic. And there's like 4 of those clinics or so. And you get put on a wait list for a first appointment, because there are lots of people who also want to get their first appointment and go over whether or not they have a gender dysphoria diagnosis applicable to them. So that's how that is working currently. The way that it's supposed to work, as I understand it, the legal requirement, and I learned this from Philosophy Tube, so if I have it wrong, it's because she taught me wrong. They have a legal requirement for, if you like to your GP, your general practitioner, you go to your regular doctor, and you need like dermatological care or something like that. You're like, I have cystic acne and I really need some specialist care for this cystic acne. And they say, okay, cool. I'm just a GP, so I don't really handle cystic acne. So I'm going to refer you to a dermatologist. Legally, you have the right to be seen by that dermatologist within 18 weeks, which is like about 4 months. It's a little bit more than 4 months. So, and that's like the legal requirement. You are required, you have the right to be seen within that 18-week time frame. And what's happening with trans healthcare is very obviously falling outside of that range in like pretty dramatic ways. You know, if you're 15 years old and you've just realized that you're trans and you want to get on puberty blockers to prevent your breasts from growing more than they already have, like you need that care soon. You need that care within that 4 months. And if you don't get it within that 4 months, like that is a big issue. And like, you know, that's not getting into the separate problem where a teenager usually ages off of the list. Like they're waiting for so long while they're a teenager that then they turn 18 and then they have to start all over at the very bottom of the wait list for adults. It's a horrendous, very, very, very fucked up situation that they've been dealing with. And Abigail was talking in her video on Philosophy Tube about the difficulty she was experiencing with getting an investigation going. And the reason why it was hard to get any info and to like get an investigation into this bureaucratic nonsense going is because there was a court case being kind of in the process of being litigated. It takes a long time. You challenge something in the lower courts and then it gradually goes to the high court. So what ended up happening is, so they have a high court in the UK that's kind of like the Supreme Court in the United States, where we have like, I have a state Supreme Court, and if I don't like the outcome of the case in the state Supreme Court, I can go to the appellate courts, the appeal courts, which is like sort of a district where my state is part of a district of several other states. It's a slightly higher court. And then if I don't like the decision of the appellate court, I could potentially take my case all the way up to the Supreme Court, which is when you get judgments about like Roe v. Wade and stuff like that. So similarly in the UK, you have the High Court, and trans people lost this case that was basically saying there is a legal right for people to receive, and non-emergency care, we're specifically talking about non-emergency care. You have the right to receive non-emergency medical care within 18 weeks of your initial referral. The first day you go to your doctor and you say, excuse me, I'd like to be seen for trans care, they're supposed to send a letter over to the gender identity clinic, and then that wait time starts then. And some people are waiting for 3 years, for 5 years, for longer. But apparently the High Court has decided that this is not illegal, that this is not this does not represent a refusal or a failure to provide the rights that the person are supposed to be able to have there. I don't know that this article goes into the why very closely, and so I might end up getting kind of irritated while looking at this because I don't think that this really went into the the why. So if anybody has a link that could go into that a little bit more in depth, please send that to me. Yeah, exactly. It's literally we investigated ourselves and determined we did nothing wrong. My quote-unquote 4-month wait ended up being 3 years, and people are waiting even longer than me, and that's for the first appointment, and they won't even diagnose me with dysphoria for another 8 months. And then that doesn't even include the wait list to actually get on hormones. They deliberately drag out the process. This is very similar to crisis pregnancy centers in the United States, where you go to someone thinking that they might be able to help you get an abortion, and then they just string you along until you can't legally get an abortion anymore. Like, then you're 8 months pregnant and there's nothing you can do. Excuse me. So yeah, let's get back in here. A group of trans people have lost their legal case against the NHS England over waiting times. 2 trans adults and 2 trans children had tried to get the wait times, which are more than 4 years in one of their cases, deemed illegal. They are illegal. I don't know why you have to deem it illegal. The High Court ruled that the waiting times are lawful. Wait, what is this link to? Oh, this is a link to the actual... Okay, cool. Shut up. This is a link to the actual content. Okay, we might check that out in a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Davey. Thank you, Davey, so much for the membership. I appreciate that. Okay, so the judge dismissed the claim on several grounds. Justice Chamberlain said it was, quote, important to acknowledge the serious effects of long waiting times on the first 2 claimants, referring to the 2 children who were awaiting treatment ahead of puberty. Quote, their distress and fear, as described by their parents, is particularly affecting because its source lies in their own changing bodies. It is a matter of great regret that many other children and adolescents waiting for children's gender identity development services must face the same distress and fear. The question for me, however, is not whether the first 2 claimants and others in a similar position have been well served by NHSE, but whether NHSE is in breach of the legal duty imposed. So among the claimants in the case was a girl, a trans girl, and yeah, we have a little bit of details about that. Her father says, as her body develops into a man's body, she is becoming increasingly distressed and sad. Her father is concerned that she will have lifelong mental health issues without access to treatment, preventing these changes. Strong and important case. Here's explaining what gender dysphoria is. As of August 2022, there were more than 26,000 adults waiting for a first appointment. I didn't know that the numbers were so high. 90% of whom had been waiting for more than 18 weeks, according to the court judgment. The judge concluded that the duty on the NHS was, quote, a duty to make arrangements with a view to ensuring that the 18-week standard is met. But crucially that it, quote, does not regard failure to achieve that standard as a breach. I haven't read the law, so I can't say whether that's fucking retarded. But if you live in the UK, can you tell me? Can you just tell me if that's fucking retarded with how, like, the law is actually written? Because the way that Abigail made it sound in her video was that everyone has the right to this standard of care. And, like, I don't really think that they have met, if the only duty that the NHS has is a duty to make arrangements with a view to ensuring that that standard is met, they're also not meeting that standard. For sure. If it's supposed to be a 4-month wait and you end up waiting 4 years, you have fucked up dramatically. You have failed in your duty. People are dying. You have failed in your safeguarding duty. Mr. Justice Chamberlain also looked at the claim of direct discrimination, which is the argument that waiting times were longer in gender identity services than other parts of NHS England because of discrimination. But he listed the reasons for the long waiting times in gender identity services, saying that it was down to increased demand, recent clinical controversy surrounding the treatment, the difficulty in recruiting enough specialists despite having funding, and the need to redesign the commissioning model. Just fucking let people go through their GP or get referred to an endocrinologist rather than a gender identity specialist. Like, what the fuck? Quote, on the contrary, as I have said, the evidence shows that the long waiting times have increased despite NHSE's willingness to increase very substantially the resources available for this service area. I'm so upset right now. Like, I cannot imagine waking up in the UK to this news this week. Like, I can't fucking imagine. I am so upset by this, and I don't even live there. Like, this is one of the very few times that I'm like, I'm glad I live in the United States, because at the very minimum, we have an extremely decentralized medical system. And while I hate private insurance, it also means that we do have opportunities for, like, sliding scale clinics. We have Planned Parenthoods. We can have private clinics that allow people to get this care. Like, this is so fucked up. The Good Law Project also said that it and the trans community were disappointed. Good Law Project assesses with great care whether to take on a case, and we believed it was a strong and important case to bring. It's our first loss in this space, having previously brought 2 successful cases, and we have decided to appeal this decision. So I guess it's good. Like, I guess it, instead, as opposed to the high court, like, as opposed to the Supreme Court here, you like where you can't really appeal a decision past the Supreme Court. I guess the high court that this was seen in does have the opportunity for appeal. NHS England, which has opened 4 new gender dysphoria clinics for adults within the last 2 years. They've also closed a couple, though. Keep that in mind. The NHS notes today's judgment, which saw the claim dismissed on all grounds, and acknowledges steps already being taken to reduce waiting times for gender healthcare services. Which steps? Yeah, I mean, that's the question. What steps are being taken? You're vaguely saying steps are being taken. This is exactly what what Abigail was saying about non-performative speech, where like almost like the act of saying the thing is preventing the thing from happening. Like saying, we have taken steps to ensure that, and it's like by saying that, you're basically guaranteeing that nothing's going to happen. It's like being on the fucking phone trying to get assistance for 4 hours on repeat, having a fucking robot tell you like, we care very much about your call, only to have the call dropped after 4 hours. Like, yeah, there's nothing that makes me feel like you care. I'm mixing up my mommies. There's nothing that makes me feel like you care about my call more than being repeatedly told by a robot that you care so much about my call, only to have the call dropped for no fucking reason after 4 hours. Like, this kind of bureaucratic slow down bullshit is intended to wear you down. You know, there's nothing you as an individual can do, and there's not even apparently very much as a group you can do. This was 4 trans people all suing the UK government together. And the judge just said like, nope, it's not illegal. Yeah, to wear you down and bleed you dry of any ability to act. You're out there, yeah, you're bleeding out, and they're like, we are taking steps to get you medical attention. Meanwhile, you've been waiting for hours. At a certain point, there's nothing you can say, because anything that I could think to say is going to be TOS. Like, there's just like, do you want Guy Fawkes? Because this is how you get Guy Fawkes. You know what I mean? Like, this is how you create the situation where people like lose all faith in the institutions. I refuse to kill myself over this. I'll get my tea even if I have to wait 30 years. I'm so sorry, Flynn. Like, I cannot imagine how upsetting this situation is. I thought I heard sometimes if you let your doctor know that you will DIY a HRT, they'll speed up the official process for you. I don't think that that's a guarantee. I think that they're supposed to, but there are new rules actually in the UK. We've covered this on stream before as well. I'll see if I can find a link. There are rules in the UK about if you are getting DIY hormones as a teenager, or potentially under these new changes that were proposed. I actually don't know I don't think these have gone through yet, but this guidance was suggested and may yet go through, where they were like, yeah, if you're doing DIY as a teenager, or if you're getting it from a private clinic, not through the NHS, we might initiate safeguarding procedures. And safeguarding procedures is, I don't know if it's really clearly outlined, but typically it typically means the involvement of social workers, medical providers, and police. So if you're a teenager and you do DIY and you tell your doctor that you're on DIY, they might initiate safeguarding procedures. I mean, you can give advice to trans women, I guess, in the chat, She Who Knows No Name. That's the thing that's frustrating about DIY anyway, is in the UK, and I even think in the United States, you can get estrogen and it's in like a legal gray area, or like it's not explicitly illegal to obtain it or to share it. In the United States, I think it's illegal to share. If you're prescribed a medicine, I think it's illegal to share it with someone. But if you just buy it online and it's not a prescription, I don't think it matters. But, you can get estrogen and you can get testosterone blockers, but you can't get testosterone that way. In the United States, it's a felony to obtain testosterone through unofficial means. Yeah, you cannot DIY as a person who needs testosterone without committing a felony. Like, you could do it hypothetically. I am not going to say that I support you doing it. You would be committing a felony, but I'm like, just because things are illegal doesn't mean people aren't going to do them if it's absolutely necessary. So then you're creating another avenue by which to criminalize trans people. It's also much more dangerous than it would be for E. Yeah, if you get your testosterone off the black market, for sure, if someone has a legitimate prescription and has access to safe testosterone through their pharmacy, and they break the law to give their tea to someone else, that would be a safe way to do it. It would also be illegal. So, is there a fund people can donate to pay for trans people's healthcare and needed prescriptions? I don't think that there's a centralized way to do that. I can't say that there's a centralized way to provide this healthcare. I think that it tends to be just individual people's GoFundMes and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add to this. This is horrific, and I feel so bad for everybody in the UK, because it's not like in the United States where if your local clinic doesn't want to provide you with care, it might be a huge pain in the ass to drive 3 hours, but that's what I did when I first got testosterone. I just drove 3 hours to the nearest clinic that I knew was an informed consent clinic that wouldn't require me to go through months and months and months of therapy. So yeah, I feel terrible for them. And I think that, one of the only things that we can really do is try to fund people getting private healthcare, because the NHS isn't the only way to get healthcare in the UK. So I will say that the National Healthcare Service is not the only avenue to get healthcare, but it is paid for by your taxes, and it is supposed to be free. So if you do, I don't know if their taxes are actually higher, but hypothetically, your taxes might be a little bit higher there, depending on how much they spend on their military. Actually, our taxes might still be, we might pay more taxes and get less out of it than anybody else, including people in the UK, even with how gutted the NHS is right now. So yeah, the NHS is not the only way to get healthcare. It's just expensive. You're paying taxes for the NHS whether you're using it or not. And then it's any amount of money that you're spending on private healthcare is money you weren't planning on spending. So I think that makes things a little bit more difficult. We're going to have to just try to get people money when they're on these long waiting lists, or yeah, I don't really have a lot of solutions. Just my heart goes out for sure. Right, yeah, exactly, Violet. Trans people should be refunded the tax money, considering they're not getting the services being taxed for. Is there any movement around this that we could assist with in the UK? Does anyone know people organizing around this currently? I haven't seen anything centralized. If I do see something centralized, I'll be sure to put some links out there and stuff like that. it's probably going to be easier to centralize things over there in the UK on account of the fact that it's a much smaller country, fewer people and everything. But you're going to have to be careful because anything you do is potentially going to be illegal. The first doctor I saw in Canada actively lied to me and told me I can't be trans. It took me going 2.5 hours by transit to go to the clinic in Vancouver that would help trans people to get their healthcare needs met because all the local clinics wouldn't even talk to me about being trans. It's not like good anywhere for trans people. It's so highly dependent on your municipality. Things are pretty okay for me where I live because I live fairly close to like a liberal area. And so I can travel a short distance to go to a doctor who happens to be from a place that's a little bit more trans affirming. Right, and Vancouver is considered good. Like, I've heard that British Columbia has some of the best trans healthcare in Canada. Oh my God. Ugh. I can't pop my back this way anymore. I want to. I feel the urge. I'm like, I want to pop my back. Oh, I got a little bit of something that time. It used to do a lot. Oh, man. I've been on a waiting list to get therapy for autism stuff for 4 months, and the waiting list will probably be longer. That's not counting the 5 years it took even to get an autism assessment. Yeah, it's fucked up, Flynn. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. I don't need a chiropractor. Leave me alone. The only thing that sucks is that it's normally you can like ask a person who is around you on a regular basis to pop your back. But, you know, sometimes it's just not like that. Local groups, the local group to Liam in the YouTube chat is Sisters PGH, doing stuff like name change funding, housing, etc. I made this meme for Shark Zero about the UK Scotland situation. Oh boy, let me get my earbud up. I've watched a little bit of Shark, but not a lot.
Look what's happening! You're going to destroy everything! I don't care! I won't let you win! I'd rather see the whole world end than let that happen! Look what's happening!
That was pretty solid. I appreciated that. That was solid. It's true. It would literally cost us so much out of pocket to take a plane to get health care. She Who Knows No Name says, one way that's been known to work for some people in the UK is to start DIYing and then ask to discuss it with an endocrinologist. If you are referred to a friendly endocrinologist, they will sometimes prescribe people HRT with the reasoning that if the NHS provides it, at least we know it's safe in the minimization of harm, because it's hypothetically more dangerous for you to be taking random drugs than it would be to get it directly through the NHS. So localized trans groups know the names of doctors to ask the names of, and once they have a name or a specific endocrinology clinic, they ask their GP to refer them to that doctor specifically or a doctor that they liaise with. That is potentially an option for sure. Luckily, GRS has improved in British Columbia because we have a new clinic here recently, but it still costs some out-of-pocket funding for some parts of the surgery. Violet, I was under the impression that for a while there was only one surgeon in the entire UK who did phalloplasty, and that now he has retired. Is it Mr. Christopher? Is that who it was? Or is Mr. Christopher one who did top surgery? Because, yeah, for a while there was no phalloplasty surgery. Oh, you're Canadian. Sorry. Yeah, that was something that Malcolm and I talked about during our little conversation here tonight, is that there aren't very many good options in Canada either for bottom surgery. I know one of the most popular clinics for phalloplasty in Canada has a very high rate of complications because they are not thorough enough with electrolysis for the urethral lengthening. So if you get phalloplasty in Canada, you have a pretty high likelihood of having to deal with a lot of issues. Yeah, so which is why I'm like, yeah, I'm determined to go to the Crane Center. That's the one in San Francisco, right? That's kind of the one that if I ever go through with it. You know, you think you're going to do a thing and then you get the paperwork and you're like, You're like, I have to do a lot more thinking and talking about this. Though there are only 2 clinics in Canada, so like a handful of people do all surgeries on all sides of the spectrum. Canada is a huge country to only have 2 fucking people doing gender reassignment surgery. Oh my God. In the in the US, there's at least like 4 different specifically highly reputable clinics to go to. Like, I would not recommend going to Salgado because Salgado has a lot of like issues with lawsuits. But Crane, Johns Hopkins, there's one in Oregon, I think, that I can't remember the name of. Then there's idiots like Peters. Oh, no. The Crane Clinic is not the one that I was researching into. Crane Clinic is in Oregon. It's the Bunk Clinic. I'm on Marcy Bowers' waiting list for vaginoplasty. I hear good things about Marcy Bowers. Yeah. Only literally a handful of people with a decade-long wait list. Wait. There are only 2 clinics in Canada, so a handful of people to do all surgeries on all sides of the spectrum. There are more than 2 people. It's like 4 people in the whole country. But yeah, literally only a handful of people with a decade-long wait list. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's fun to try to get that health care in Canada. Just gotta crowdfund big time and try to afford it in the United States if you can, I guess. So that was my other like major segment that I wanted to talk about today. I don't have like a lot else planned for the rest of the night, but see, many people have urgent need of surgery from needing repair after failed surgeries from other surgeons. That was something that I empathized with one of our detransitioners that we talked about on stream at one point. I really empathized with them on this, like trying to get trans affirming healthcare in a country like the UK, which very clearly has bureaucratic opposition to trans healthcare from the top levels all the way down to the individual doctors and nurses who are interacting with you. There's like only one option potentially for bottom surgery. And then if you have a complication, that person's schedule is already booked and nurses are not going to be attentive to your needs. Like you might potentially have a worsening infection. And so that one detransitioner was talking about having a lot of complications and shit afterwards. And like that part, I can't imagine trying to deal with that. My friend Kat, who I have a podcast with, she had like 5 different surgeries on her vagina to try to address all of the issues that she was having with her surgery. She's happy with her results and everything at this point after having gone into fucking surgery multiple times. And now she's had her top surgery, like she breast augmentation, and then she had facial feminization surgery as well, which is crazy. That's like 7 times that she's gone under for surgery in the past like 3 years. That's one thing I can relate to about detransitioners, that they also ironically are still, they also still are behind many of the same wait lists we are under, but even less ability to get access to healthcare in some cases. You'd think that the gender critical group would be like head over heels fanatical trying to get these people their reversal surgeries done, but truly detransitioners are just scapegoats for the right. Like I get really salty about detransitioners. I think they fucking suck, but I think that they're just pawns at the end of the day. Facial feminization surgery isn't under insurance in Sweden. I don't think that FFS was under insurance for my friend either in the UK. She had to crowdfund for that. I was just saying, like, she has had multiple surgeries. FFS isn't covered in Canada, nor is chest for... I mean, yeah, if you're looking at private insurance in the United States, rarely does private insurance cover something like facial feminization surgery because it's considered cosmetic, even though it can have very direct effect on your employment possibilities and things like that. I agree that we need more healthcare for detransitioners, but conservatives don't want that. Yeah, true. There are chill detrans people. I really like @supportdetrans on Twitter. She's fucking cool. She's really cool. And there are some crazy fucking detrans people that just make it really difficult for me to empathize with detrans people on the whole. They claim FFS is for, quote, cosmetic reasons. However, they also won't do laser on the face without out of pocket, but will do hair removal for trans bottom surgeries. I don't know if I know Grayson's projects. You can get FFS covered through insurance in the Netherlands, but only if you get it approved by a team of surgeons and psychologists. So, like, you're basically hoping they decide you don't pass enough so that you're allowed to better your life. Oh, that's rough. I mean, that's how it works, though. You have to be like, you know what you should do? Oh my God, if you live in a country like Sweden, in the Netherlands, where you need to look really brick in order to get affirmed for surgery, like, you got to learn how to masculine contour your face. You know, it goes against all your instincts, girls. Girls, you've been trying for years to feminize your face. You're like, I'm going to do a little curve right here, and I'm going to like thin out my nose right here, and I'm going to make sure my eyes look nice and bright and far apart and open. Do all the opposite of that. When you go into the panel of people who are deciding whether you look like a brick shithouse, you got to you really make your eyes look dark. You got to really like put a contour somewhere here, like it's going to emphasize like the shadow of your brow jutting out, like make it, you know, like shape your eyebrows all fucked up. You know, makeup is like magic. It's true. It's all an illusion. Even though people in the past harmed me a lot more due to my facial hair, and it was, only after getting a lot of laser hair removal that I stopped getting physically and verbally harassed. It just doesn't count. It just doesn't count. It's also related to like how dysphoric you are about your face. How do they even determine how real your dysphoria is? Timerinia, they probably look and check how much makeup you have on. So if you put on like, you know, really like if you put on like a lot of really strong makeup, but you just happen to contour your face in a way that makes you look like a brick shithouse, like you can just clown your face. Be like, oh my God, I'm so dysphoric. I have to cake the makeup on in the morning. I don't know. I'd like to get laser hair removal at some point since I hate picking at my facial hair. I really would like to get laser hair removal on my legs because I do not like having leg hair. I literally have a bald spot on my leg, like here, because I don't have tweezers at my desk, actually. I'm trying to have better boundaries about the activities that I do at my desk, but I would just be sitting here like this and like plucking out individual hairs, like hard enough to pull the root of the hair out. And now I have a bald spot. So if I could get laser on my legs, that would be great. I hate having to lie and be disingenuous like that just to have a quality of life improvement. Yeah, I just don't care that much about lying to gatekeepers. It's so like, it's never going to stop being so weird to me that trans people are not in any way part of the decision-making process. That like for every single step of the process where you have to seek a psychiatrist to tell you that you need this or that, like every surgeon basically, like every person, the person who works at the insurance company and decides what info you need in order to get covered for your surgery and stuff, like every single one of those people is a cis person who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, it's crazy to me. Start a laser fund. Davey, I cannot reasonably start a laser fund. I'm trying to make sure that I'm gonna like be able to afford all of my bills this month. Drop a dono if you haven't already. I'm gonna get a little bit more pressing about it in about a week, I think. I'm hoping that we can just do consistently well during streams so that I don't have to like ham it up. But like, this is the first full month of my new place. We'll see how shit turns out. I'm also supposed to have one of my siblings over this weekend. So I gotta feed like another entire person. Start a grocery fund. Yeah, more like it. It's weird because I don't want it to necessarily show up in the videos this way, but I did almost put like car insurance bill like in the text up here instead of today's stream. But it's like weird because it's still gonna be in the video later if I record this and like put it up on the channel. So whatever. What is a laser fund? Pew pew. I know. Oh shit, I don't have any toy guns around here. There have been times in the past where I have Nerf gun at my desk. But yeah, no, I cannot start a laser fund. And not only do I not have laser fund, like if I'm gonna do anything hair removal wise, I'm gonna get electrolysis on this arm. I promise if I get enough money, I will donate. If you can't afford it, don't donate money to me. But if you can afford it, you should. The only reason I can afford rent at this point is literally just from disability funding in Canada. I would not even remotely try to get on disability. First of all, I would have to get divorced in order to get disability. But also they lock you into like you're only allowed to have a certain amount of like property and income. Like laser hair removal, like starting a fund so that people will give me money for the specific purpose of getting laser hair removal. Yeah, you cannot have more than $2,000 in your bank account. Not that I have anywhere close to that money in my bank account, but I would like to be able to succeed in life. U.S. disability is abusive. Right, they lock you into poverty on purpose. It's like, you heard about that woman who literally got $50K a week selling farts? That would be great. I went to log into Fansly earlier today and it just wasn't fucking working. It was super weird. I didn't have any photos ready. I haven't done any cool outfits recently. I hate that the welfare system is like that. People should be able to get benefits regardless of their income. I also, when I was listening to the stuff, like the pre-recorded shit that they play for you when I was trying to apply for food stamps today, was like, they can make you participate if you're within a certain age range for certain program eligibilities. They can make you participate in like work placement programs. I'm like, I sincerely hope that they don't try to pull that shit on me. That's so fucking stupid. The fact that we have to work in order to not die is literally serfdom. I mean, it's called a wage slavery. You absolutely have to work or you will die. I happen to really like my job, and it's not like disabled. Oh my God, Flynn, I think that this is like something that people do not understand. Disabled people are not choosing not to work because they don't want to. They're forced out of industries. It's like, if you have a very basic thing, like, I need to only work a certain number of hours a week because otherwise, like, I will be bedridden, then like it's not like a huge accommodation to just have a part-time employee. But plenty of companies will say like, oh, that's not a reasonable accommodation, and then they just fire you and there's no recourse, and then you just get fired from several jobs, or like you quit because you realize that you're pushing yourself past your limits, and then you just gradually realize, oh, I physically can't fucking do this. Like, it's not like a fun choice to make, to be like, oh, I guess if I keep trying to work a regular job, I'm probably going to want to kill myself every day, always, forever, and I will also never be able to do anything that I want to do in my off time. Yeah, you cannot be disabled and install flooring. Yeah, like I was thinking about that actually. Yeah, like the heart condition that I have, where like I have these blood pressure rise and fall issues. Like I have low blood pressure. That's why my apartment is like 77 degrees or whatever, like however warm it is right now. I have low blood pressure. So if I was installing something on the floor and I had to like get down, and then get up again, and get down and get up again multiple times a day, like my heart rate would be at like a 160 constantly, which is not good. And I would also consistently be like trying not to faint. Yeah, and that was what really fucked me up in a lot of ways about being an electrician too, is that you were required to like get underneath things and get inside things and be like army crawling through an attic, and being in that army crawl position makes my heart rate freak out too, because it has to do with like posture and like the relative blood pressure to heart rate or whatever. Oh, I watched a Tom Scott video about a town called Asbestos, and he showed some clips in there of insulation that has asbestos in it. And I for sure was crawling through asbestos, like for sure, 100%. I was like in attics crawling through asbestos, getting it all over my clothes and my skin. I had a mask, but yeah, I was for sure just crawling through asbestos in fucking attics. At this point, I've seriously considered trying to do streaming on top of my day job because it takes 20 hours a week plus disability to break even. But I'm not sure if I can handle being on camera. My voice dysphoria alone makes streaming a nightmare. There are ways to get around that, aren't there? It's like, that's what VTubers are. VTubers are like, you use a different face, and you can use like a voice modulator or whatever. That stuff probably costs extra though. Asbestos lined the walls of my high school. Fun times. As long as you don't touch it. But if you're crawling through it, you're disturbing it and kicking it up into your face and your clothes and your hair. I don't have face dysphoria, but voice dysphoria definitely. Yeah, you might have to just do like a voice modulator. I take up asbestos flooring and adhesive too. It frustrates me how, you know, when you take an OSHA class, they really hammer it into you that safety is really important and that people died, you know, horribly. And see, then like once you've taken your OSHA 30, you go into industry thinking, oh yeah, safety matters. And then it just fucking doesn't. Like, it just doesn't. Like, people are like, yeah, I'm going to send you up on an extension ladder without anyone there to moor the ladder. And I'm going to just all kinds of fucked up shit. Like, I'm going to have you handle asbestos and not provide you with full covering. And like no one even told me like, hey, you should like take care to wash your clothes in a specific way or separately, or alternately, here's another thing that would have been great. We're going to pay you enough money to replace your clothes every couple weeks if we're going to expect you to crawl through fucking asbestos. Like, I don't know. Safety matters until I say so. And I had that issue like when I was delivering mail for the post office too. You know, I was a mailman for a year, and they would be like, you know, we expect you to follow safety rules, and you have to close the door of the truck every time you move the vehicle, and you have to put on your seatbelt every time you move the vehicle. But then when they put you on a route where the person who used to run the route was literally running every day, so I like have to scoot from one building to the next, and I just don't bother to put on my seatbelt and stuff. So then I get penalized for that because I'm cutting safety in order to stop running into overtime every single day. So I'm, on one hand, they get pissed off at me because I'm running into overtime every single day. On the other hand, they're penalizing me for not being as safe as humanly possible, even though safety cuts into my time. Like, this is why capitalism is the worst fucking system in the world, is because I want to be able to do the safest job that I can. But doing the safest job that I can means that it costs more to have the safety equipment, and it costs more in labor time. And that's the most expensive thing. I don't know if any of you know this, but when it comes to labor, and especially trade labor, the labor is the most expensive part. When you're doing the calculations and you're like, oh, this person wants me to install this and that and the other, you know, the thing that is going to cost your customer the most is going to be your labor hours. Hello, Jess. How are you doing tonight? How's it going? I know that you were streaming at the same time that I was recently, and I don't come over there very often though, but I hope you're doing good. Also, I guess I should call you Poppy now, right? It's Poppy? I'm doing pretty okay tonight. I've had a very frustrated day. I had a very frustrated day, but I ended up having a very good conversation with Goddammit Malcolm earlier, and now we're just kind of talking about whatever, so that's a fun time. Penelope or Poppy. Okay, cool. Thank you for sharing that very personal information. Thing is, whenever I do job stuff or charity work, I always end up getting slagged off for being dumb or lacking common sense or being weird. Like, I'm autistic, sorry, I'm trying to be normal. There are also additional compounding factors for employment. Like, I'm not just, like, I was born female, okay? Baseline level, if I did absolutely nothing to change my gender, or if I never came out as queer, fundamentally, that's a 30% cut to my lifetime salary. Point blank period, if I did nothing. And that's being white, too. That's not counting the compounding problem of race on there. But then, like, also, I'm trans. I'm non-binary female trans, which has a very specific, like, unemployment rate compared to other gender demographics. Also, on top of that, I have a physical disability, which rules out certain types of work. On top of that, I'm autistic, or, like, near enough as makes no matter. I'm diagnosed ADHD, and there's a lot of overlap. Autistic people have, like, an 80% unemployment rate. 80%. So if you look at even only two of those factors and the crossover between only two of those factors, like, I have no way to get ahead. It's so frustrating. Poppy, I didn't know Katie Montgomery's cat had a channel. I might go on The Line soon. I don't know. You know, if someone here knows Katie Montgomery, you might also know the show that she's on called The Line. I'm good friends with Jimmy Snow, who, like, owns the channel, and we've talked about having me on there. Jess, thank you so much with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Wanted to change my name and help some white names. Xena sends love. Yeah, do you have the ability to change your name, or is that something that I would need to do? Because I can do that for you if you want. Just let me know. But thank you so much for the gifted subs. I really appreciate that. I know that you're still raising money for your facial feminization surgery. So seriously, I appreciate it. How is that going, by the way? I hope that's going okay. White Leaf sites let you change your name with a subscription. Yeah, but she didn't get herself a tier 1 sub. She gifted them. Stop. Yeah, true. Enjoy Gene Co's day and nighttime formulas of Zydrate. You fucked up the word and then I fucked it up reading it. Some random lady donated 1,000. Oh my God, that's crazy. I am so happy for you. What's up, Chronic NB? We're twinning. I'm trans, have mental plus chronic conditions plus autism. I'm super fortunate that my mom isn't forcing me to have a job. I'm really glad that you have that familial support. It makes a huge difference. I really want to see non-binary people on the TACUS. There haven't been any. Wait, what is that? Just wish we didn't have to rely on random people donating to have our needs met. Yeah, at the very minimum, I feel like I'm doing something. We're talking about issues. We're covering the news. I've had one person tell me that I'm their number one Norse. The number one source for news from the United States. The Transatlantic Call-In Show. Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy asked me a little while ago if I wanted to be on it, and then I familiarized myself with the show a little bit, so I might go on it sometime. I think that would be fun. I've been following Katie Montgomery for a long time. To be clear, streaming is work. I like to think that streaming is work. At the very minimum, I'm providing you guys with a chill place to... Like, this is the bonfire. Like, come rest at the campfire and then move on, right? Right, yeah, I'm paid by tips. Like that's fundamentally what's happening here. I'm a tipped like performer. Yeah, the issue with tip systems is because it inevitably means it's luck. I would not be even able to support myself to the extent that I'm currently capable of if I was not white. Like I know that for a fact. I would for sure not be able to afford rent on my own if I weren't white, because that would, like, even within our trans community, people of color are more disadvantaged. People are more critical of them. Can you fucking imagine if a trans streamer of color said that something was retarded? Like, their career would never recover. I have the ability to just fucking bullshit around and it doesn't matter. It's true. Buying Zydrate from an unlicensed source is illegal. Are you trying to get me to sing? My voice is not there tonight, I don't think. I could try. I prefer knowing that I work 20 hours for my web development and know that I pay rent that week. It's so tough. You're my number one source for phalloplasty discussion. True. I will die with that reputation. This is why if I ever get phallo, I have to be super open about it, because I will never be able to stop talking about it. I'll be like, here's this fascinating aspect of the surgery and here's how my arm is healing. Can you see? Like, I would give you my dick if I could. Would you then get peritoneal pull through? That's the trouble with donating a dick, is that then you can't do penile inversion technique. Excuse me. I know too much about vaginoplasties too. I can certainly carry on a conversation about vaginoplasty, even though I don't really understand it. You're getting peritoneal pull through anyway, okay. Do they actually just get rid of the pepor? Do they just throw it away if you get, I mean, I guess they don't just throw it away completely, because they must use, they still use the glands to construct the clitoris, right? But do they get rid of most of it? Like, what do they do? I'm sorry, it's random. Genitals should be hot swappable plug and play. That would make shit a lot easier. I know. I'm just gonna like... There you go. I'm getting by with the old harness system. That's just not at all what I want. Like, I don't even have a person who wants me to fuck them like that. So it's like, what am I gonna do? I mean, I actually have done that. I've been like, okay, I'm gonna just stroke this like toy, simulating like it's an actual thing. And like, that does hit. It does hit. If that's what you're in the mood for. We should have the full ability to cyborg, true. I can't do the Graves part. I for sure can't do the Graves part. It's fucking 9 o'clock. The walls are thin here. Darth Gently What's Up says, please do the line. They're amazing. I'll let Jimmy know that there's some interest. He wanted me to familiarize myself with the show so that he can make sure that Katie knows that I know what's up. But I would love to. And they do that transatlantic call-in show on Thursdays, and we already stream on Thursday, so. You still have a cosmetic surgeon do penile inversion with another team connecting to the back end with peritoneal pull-through. Oh. Okay, why is my phone? Oh, okay. What do you mean the harness system? What do you mean? The strap. I got the strap. I gotta carry him. Yeah, I'm gonna go win this. Yeah, this is guerrilla war. Anyway, I'm not gonna do that. I wanted to go even further with that, but it was already a little bit too much. Oh my gosh. Katie and Arden. I don't think I've seen an episode with Arden yet. I saw an episode with this med student guy. Viagra. No, it's not Viagra. It's actually viral suppression medication for herpes, because I've been super stressed out this year and I keep having breakouts around my lip and I'm fucking tired of dealing with it, so I'm just on a daily antiviral, which I guess you can just do. You can just do that. I'm like, I want to get on antivirals for COVID. Do they have those? Can you just give me antivirals for COVID, please? Thank you. God. True, Violet. You gotta like, if you want to get into streaming with a voice changer, yeah, absolutely. I would say try it out. You might think to yourself, oh, we're gonna, if I stream the same night as this person, I'm gonna get fewer viewers because, we have too many of the same types of people in our audience. Nope. I'll be streaming at the same time as Demon Mama and Vosh, both people who I like and whose communities I hang out with, and who I do know that I have crossover in our communities, and we'll still have 60 people here. Go for it. You're gonna establish your own little community of people who want to hang out with you. Ben the med student, yes. I like him okay. Why are we laughing at Voosh? Yeah, I gotta carry him. At this point, streaming at all is a huge thing. I'll link out to you if you want. With Vosh, I like him, but I'd rather watch the VODs. I don't really hang out in live streams very often anymore. It's definitely something I could be doing more of. Oh, you did the Kek V because it is Vosh. True. I still don't have a Kek. There should be Kek Z here. We need Kek Z. Or Kek L, which would make more sense to you. It's good to have your own core group. Yeah, I know for a while Xanderhall would stop streaming because Vosh would go live, and Demon Mama was like, dude, you just gotta push through. Don't be the Vosh waiting room. I have seen that exact thing. Yeah, I think that I even thought of Xanderhall when I was initially thinking like, oh, I should, maybe I'll wait or something. I don't know. What's up, Emily? How are you doing tonight? I sent you the PDF explaining prep and the surgery. Cool. Okay, so I thank you. You're saying peritoneal pull-through does use penile inversion, but it also connects to like the other stuff that they're doing. Because it's like an abdominal surgery at that point, right? Like when you're doing peritoneal pull-through, you're using like the inner abdominal wall to create the far back end of the vagina, like the deepest part of the vagina. That's cool. That means you still have... Wait. Is that why people who get peritoneal pull-through but keep their penis, they can't get hard? Do they like use the back part of the penis? That's like a whole other thing. Sometimes Shark, Vosh, Xanderhall, Demon Mama, and etc. will all be streaming at the same time. Yeah, Emily, we're talking about bottom surgery. Okay, yeah, no worries, Jess. Like, I know that you were thinking for a minute about doing penile preserving vaginoplasty, but I don't think that you want to do that anymore. Talking about dicks, true. This is the number one. Wait, bottom surgery in Lux chat? Can't believe it. I can't believe it. I know. Like, what a crazy random happenstance. That was Dr. Horrible, right? There you go, Queen Ashes. Dicks. I hope that you appreciate them. The hammer is my penis. True. That's a fun musical. I enjoy a little bit of Neil Patrick Harris once in a while. Nathan Fillion. I think that Nathan Fillion and I might have the same birthday. I think that we might have the same birthday. Which my birthday is going to be in a couple months. Wait. I'm going to be 29 soon. When is my birthday regarding stream? Okay, my birthday is not on a stream day this year. We can still do a birthday stream. But my birthday is not on a stream day this year. So I will celebrate my actual birthday. Well, I'm not even a kind of committed to celebrating my birthday on the actual day. My birthday's at the end of March. It's on the 27th. It's a lot more unfortunate watching Dr. Horrible again after the Joss shit and realizing that he just wrote Billy to be himself. Oh, that's cringe. I just want to enjoy things. I just want to enjoy things. A very merry unbirthday, true. What? There was something else that someone tried to ruin for me recently. I don't know what it was. I know at some point someone told me that the guy who did the voice for Edward Elric in the English version of the Full Metal Alchemist show, like, got me too'd. And I was like, I don't want to know that. Don't tell me that. I listened to the entirety of Dr. Horrible for the first time in months today. You were quoting it earlier, so I thought that maybe you had watched it or listened to it, rather. I haven't gotten back to it in a while. I like to sing the songs. I really liked Prisoner of Azkaban, but I can't go back to that. I want to have a detachable lady dick that has a USB that sends malware into any computer I put it into. True. Thankfully, I had already decided that Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality was better before I knew that J.K. Rowling was a transphobe. Although I do understand that people have issues with whatever his name is. His name is Eli something. People have issues with the guy who wrote HPMOR, but I don't care about their opinions. Yeah, I actually have a tattoo from Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality. If that tells you anything about like my level of depravity at this time, I am this, like, I don't have a Harry Potter tattoo. I have a Harry Potter fan fiction tattoo. Even though sometimes it's a pain in the ass, I like having a detachable penis. But the nerve growth. I like my job. I am writing letters for people's gender surgeries after my notes. Nice. That's really cool. My psychiatrist that I just started seeing for Adderall and Ritalin and stuff asked me if I wanted him to include gender dysphoria in my list of diagnoses so that he could write me a letter potentially if I wanted to get surgery later. And I was like, sure. Like, it can't hurt. Put the paperwork down. I don't know if I'm going to go through with this, but we might as well have, like, I'm going to keep seeing this dude for my Ritalin for the foreseeable future, so. Yes, Mama Mephistopheles. I'm going to use one of those Clone-A-Willy things on my penis before I get a vaginoplasty and then use my own penis as a strap-on. This is like queen shit. This is queen shit that you ladies do, where you get, like, you cast your dick. I bet it's difficult to get, like, a cast of your dick, like, while it's hard. And then, like, you then have it. And some girls I've seen are like, I use that as a strap-on. And I've also had people say, like, and then I fucked my own pussy with the dildo that was a cast of my own dick. I'm like, bitch, that's queen shit. I can't compete with that. There's nothing I will ever do who is even remotely as cool as that. I do the letters after one session. Why waste people's time? Yeah, I think that in some cases, you're required to have a relationship with your doctor for a certain amount of time. Like, you're required to have been seeing that doctor for at least 6 months for certain insurance and certain surgeons. So it sort of depends. I would have to double check with the bunk clinic what their fucking requirements are. Because we did have the WPATH alleviate the requirements, saying, you know, we now only require 6 months as opposed to 1 year, or we're lowering the ages or things like that. You know, see if you can get a fleshlight modeled on your own junk before fallow. Well, I'm not gonna have vaginectomy if I ever do it. Like, here's my thing. If I ever get bottom surgery, here's my thing. I'm gonna leave everything that I currently have the way that it is. I'm gonna leave my vagina and the vulva exactly the way that it is. There is only gonna be a graft from my arm to make the penis. And I don't want balls. Like, basically what I'm going to have is a girl dick. And because I'm not going to have balls, my dick is going to smell like pussy all the time. Like, it's just going to be like, here's my pussy. and here's my dick, and my dick is just gonna be like all the time. And I'll have my dick will be soft skin, you know, just like the soft skin of my arm, you know. Ooh, I can use this as a strop when my razor gets dull. You know, do you ever do that? Do you ever use your arm as a strop when your razor starts to get a little bit dull? Ooh, soft penis. Like, oh, this is a dick pic. Sorry. It sucks that this is my self-harm arm, though. I will say, that's a little bit annoying. Yeah, Luxander took the long way around to being a trans girl. It's true. Got to get that good mouthfeel, right? I really did take the long way around to becoming a trans girl. It's true. I'm like, yeah, you know what's really perfect is having like a body where like I have really awesome boobs and just a really nice soft dick. I guess. Ever since I was a kid, I just wanted a small hole for piss and everything else nice and flat and soft. You're gonna mush your null? True. FTMT, 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 FTMTF. Did you hear about the woman that used to suck off famous rock stars and then would create a mold of their dicks? She basically invented Clone-A-Willy. She used a PVC pipe filled with plaster. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Just from blowing them? Wait, what? Oh, you're saying she would fluff them. She would fluff them with her mouth, because that's what a fluffer is. A fluffer in porn is the guy or a girl, who I guess whoever, is off screen and just comes in and like sucks the dick real quick to get it hard, you know? In between scenes. That's what a fluffer is. We're learning all kinds of things on stream today. Yeah, Mama Mephistopheles, HRT that trans women take also makes the penis skin soft and smell like pussy. I've heard that. I also know that, like, if you're on T, it also makes your pussy smell like balls. Like, I'm sure I've experienced that before. Bad Horse and his terrible death Winnie. It doesn't smell fun for your pussy to smell like balls. Fluffer is a very 50s porn thing. Wait, what? I thought it was pretty normal. Yeah, parts smell, wash your junk. True. Just take a shower. Get a bidet if you really need to. They make bidets with like a feminine cleansing angle where it like tilts. And I guess that's for washing your fucking pussy. Like, I don't know. I just started looking into bidets because I'm currently out of wet wipes, but I have IBS level shits every day. And I'm like, do I want to get more Cottonelle wipes or do I want to just get a fucking $20 bidet, you know? One of my life goals is a Japanese super toilet. That would be amazing. I did start looking at bidets on Amazon this week, so I might add one to the list. Apparently water is better at cleaning parts anyway. Maybe I should get into it. Hold on. Ooh, sneeze. Oh, there we go. These streams do get weird. That's what you like here, though, right? There's still 63 people here. It's fucking 9:15 on a Tuesday. And people are still here listening to me talk about fluffers and fucking pussy surgery. You know? Yeah, the feminine angle equals blasting your pussy with a hose. Like a lady. Like a lady. Yes, this stream talks about dick and pussy. It's only going to get worse. If I ever actually get fallow, it's only going to get exponentially. I was just introduced to the cylinder joke from Reddit. And like, I will never relent making cylinder jokes. Dussy pick, true. It's 4 a.m. Oh my god, it is 4 a.m. in fucking Europe, isn't it? I'm excited about the cylinder jokes, truly. Dick's at 4 a.m. I mean, what other time of the day are you going to get dick? I think I would rather have dick at 4 p.m. than 4 a.m. There's something about the like choice to fuck during the day that makes you feel so much more like wanted. The feminine angle is a softer stream. Afternoon delight. Yeah, we're going to mush up the banana and get ready to rock. No worries, Violet. Have fun out there. This is one of the longer streams we've done in a while. Since we started at 5 p.m., we've been going for over 4 hours. If I were a porn superstar, I would hire a fluffer as a power move. It's true. I'm going to get so excited about my dick that I will just, without thinking, post a video doing the helicopter dick on main before realizing, wait, shit, why did I not save that for OF? I mean, that's the struggle. I want people to know what the dick is like, but I also want to get paid. That's the question. How much money do I put the dick on OnlyFans for? And like, if I post dick pics, do I like demurely cover the pussy and only show the dick pics? Like, I don't actually have any plans to post pictures at this moment, publicly at least. Like sometimes people will post anonymously in Facebook groups. So, I mean, maybe, but it's so far in the future at this point. Like if I were to sign up today to get on a list for consultations, it would be like mid 2024 before I even had my first appointment for consultation. Good night, Flynn. I hope you had a good time hanging out with us. We'll see you later. I already own a demon bad dragon. I just got a grinding toy recently, and it fucking rocks. It's pretty great. I'm like not like I'm like meh. I like penetration. Like yeah, it's great. It's not like the thing that I want to do if I'm just trying to like get off on my own. I'm lazy. I'm so lazy. I'll like use a vibrator and not even take off my clothes. Like, I'm so fucking lazy. Let's change my underwear after. I've been wondering about the grinding toys. It's pretty great. I recommend getting extra soft silicone on a grinding toy, but that's just my personal preference. I have my second consult in March, and surgery will be possible at the end of summer or early fall. That's exciting. And this is your pussy surgery? You're not getting FFS initially. You're going to get your pussy surgery first. That's cool. You know you're asexual and a nerd when WoW is more fun than sex. I can spend a lot longer playing WoW than I can having sex, for sure. I wish I had an Oscar Mayer wiener. Oh, no. Oh gosh. Oh, Dick's chat. We love doing a little bit of Dick's chat. What did we think about starting at 5 p.m. today? Have any of you been here since 5 p.m.? Was this a good time to start stream? I've always thought it's a little too early, but since I'm still doing okay now, if I started at 5 regularly, then maybe we'll be able to get an extra hour in without me feeling super tired because I'm up doing this until 10 p.m. or whatever. Cool. I bailed on Keffel's talking to Keemstar for this. Wow. How is that going before you left? Like, I've been seeing Keemstar posting some pretty good, some pretty good takes, but I also know that he used to like date teenagers and stuff, so I'm not putting a huge amount of faith in it. It was getting boring. Apparently he's just trolling. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that. He is kind of a huge shit lord. On Thursdays, you start right as I get to my last shift. Been here since start. Okay. From what Keffel is saying afterwards, she's 100% sure he's doing a bit. I trust her judgment on that. Okay, maybe we'll start at 5. We'll try it out. We'll try starting at 5 for a little while and see how that goes. Because if it results in us having a 4-hour stream instead of a 3-hour stream every night, I will consider that a win. Apparently, Keemstar is saying, hey, trans guys are okay and good, and apparently that's a bit. I'm ignoring poly people who is going over our videos to be here. You should for sure ignore poly people. I'm just gonna go ahead and say I agree with poly people's positions, but poly people is fucking toxic. And I would never want to have a conversation with her. We're time zone buds. Yes, time zone buds. What is this? Yeah, okay, I gave you 2 separate roles. Cool. Yeah, so I think on Thursday we'll probably start at 5 p.m. And, you know, there's no real reason for me to wait until 6. It's not like I'm doing something else before stream starts. Poly People's very dumb. Just watching her debate with Keffels was enough to confirm that for me. I can't get farther than 5 minutes into fucking any conversation that Poly People has. I watched her talk to Lonerbox, and I only got 10 minutes into that because they were both being cringe. I tried to watch Poly People talk to Will in his channel, and they were both being cringe. Well, I guess I came in right at the very end, so they were both being pretty mean to each other. I don't know how it started. The stream was a train wreck, but from what I saw, I do believe he's genuinely changed his mind from being a total transphobe to kind of transphobic with some pro-trans positions. We can certainly hope. It's true, I can have a position and not be an ass about the fact that we're disagreeing. I can be an ass to the other person for them being an asshole, but for sure I am capable of experiencing a disagreement without being a huge cunt for no fucking reason. I did not get that impression from Poly People. Like, she could experience any amount of disagreement without being a huge cunt. Thanks to Poly, though, Xena and I got to talk with Keffels. That's true. I mean, that's pretty cool. I don't think I've ever talked to Keffels. I've dropped into her chat once or twice, but she doesn't know who I am. So it's not like it doesn't do anything good for me. It's not like when I drop into Vosh chat and he's like, hey, it's Luxander. And I'm like, hey, how's it going? Billo or Bio, how do you say that? Do you actually have a lot of hope in people? Poly People is incredibly cringe and makes accusations and assumptions very spuriously. Someone in her chat was talking about arguing with President Sunday in my replies, and wow, she goes, wow, so Gayfesh is a President Sunday fan? Like, no? Ugh, cringe. Yes. Well, I am pretty tired now, and I'm hoping to have a chill day tomorrow and catch up on editing and stuff a little bit. So I think for now, since it's been about 4.5 hours, I will leave you for tonight, and I will see you again on Thursday, and we'll try out this 5 o'clock start time and see how that works. So thank you all for chilling. Thank you all for your donos, for your likes, and for your time. And if you're here, I will be seeing you all on Thursday. Be good. Drink some water, okay? Don't die. Please. For me. Thank you.